internally generated.
All right then.
So I feel that it's about that time when state governors wake up to the call. I mean, the economy is going down. If there's a word like downer, let's use it so that they would get the gist.
Number one, there is no word like downer.
That's what I'm saying. If
there's a word like downer, but
dictionary has to adopt this one for us.
There's a word like downer, but it's not in the context you're using it, and because it's not in the context you're using it, I don't think
be my dictionary
I'm going somewhere.
right now.
I'm going somewhere. I don't think we're going to go downer like you're making it sound. So my point is, I'm hoping they have a plan. I'm really hoping they have a plan with all the things going up. I hear that pay TV has also gone up. Everything is going up.
Everything.
All right. But while we're still looking at the economy, someone has come out to say that, instead of you to be so worried about the fact that we are borrowing money, because we have to borrow money, because borrowing money is very essential if we need to survive in the times. She has come out to say that we should be more concerned about how the loans are spent. And I'm wondering if we agree with this very comment from the Director General Debt Management Office, and that's Patience Onia. Do you agree with this? I mean, in my head, I'm thinking, shouldn't we be concerned with the conditions, the terms and conditions of loans that we are collecting? At the same time, be concerned about how we're spending it, because for a human being, you should be concerned about how you get your money, how you generate your revenue, and also how you spend that revenue. So coming out to say, hey, why worry about we going to take loan is it's worrisome to me. I don't know about the rest of
Now,
Nigerians.
Here's the thing. When we were probing a lot of these ministers, not just the transportation minister now, if you remember, the probe was for every other ministry that has gotten loans with, very obscure clauses and all of that, right? Now, when we did that, when that probe was still on, or if it's still on, I don't even know if there's a follow-up to that one.
There is a recess. There's an hiatus of some sort.
Okay.
Yeah?
Now, here's the thing, they did mention to us that a lot of these ministries jump into collecting loans from these people because of poor negotiation and because of the fact that we are on the we are on the begging side, right?
Are you calling us beggars?
No, I'm not. Whatever you want to be. But I think that right now we're on the begging side. I'll tell you why. Because usually when you go to get these loans, now if you have maybe some sort of leverage, right, you are able to push for certain negotiation and influence certain decisions and conditions that surround the loan. But what we've seen is that we swallow wholeheartedly whatever terms and conditions or clauses are attached to whatever loans that they want to give to us, whatever foreign body it is. Now that's the problem. Now I'm thinking that if this is already happening, then we should also be very scared of whether or not we are going to be able to meet up with the time for the date and conditions.
So in summary, you're saying we should be as concerned as the terms and conditions of the loans,
just as much as we should be concerned about how we spend it and how we can recoup so we can pay back.
And I agree with you. I mean, because if you say terms and conditions, the Nigeria that you and I live in, that we've seen monies expended or budgeted for projects that were never done. For instance, CCTV in Abuja, light project for how many years? Should I go on? The East-West Road has been, you know how it is now. Should I continue? But then again, let's move to politics. Remember when Who is Bankrolling You was trending? You remember then?
There is a new someone or organization we should be asking who is bankrupt. Honestly, I really went through the comments and the reactions of certain Nigerians to this story. I'm going to let you do the railing out on that one. I don't care what it is.
Which story do you think I want to talk about?
Anyone you want to talk about?
No, which story do you think?
I'm telling people, I'm not telling you. It's not you I'm talking to right now. Now, with this particular what will I call it now? Revelation thus far. A lot of people are asking the question like, what's really going on? And I would really love to hear people's reaction.
Does that question become valid all of a sudden?
Oh, of course it does.
All of a sudden it becomes valid.
It wasn't valid in the first
people
place,
argued,
was it not?
People argued it wasn't valid. People said it was insultive. People said it was provocative. Yeah, people said so. Even in the studio, I was on the morning show.
If people said so, then I wonder what they really expect of journalists. I mean, a journalist is supposed to ask such questions that trigger, isn't it? So that we get the bottom.
Wealth. Or should I call you wet? If I come and meet you and say, Who's bankrolling you? Would you feel offended? Wouldn't you say I'm calling you?
I've switched it to PJ.
Wouldn't you say I'm calling you a what do you call it? A slay queen. You know, you're going out there to slay and
Ask me, let's know how it will work.
No, I'm not going to do that. I'm not ready for that now. Yeah, but then again, who's bankrolling you all of a sudden is becoming a valid question, because the chairman of the Lagos State chapter of the Christian Association of Nigeria, Apostle Alex Bangbola, has recently told the former aviation minister and chieftain of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, Chief Femi Fani Kayode, aka FFK, that he will become the president of Nigeria if he remains humble. I like that caveat. I like that condition.
The thing is, I like how these different papers just put it, yeah? Like when you go through the cable newspaper, you would see where they said that he would become a leader of this nation, right? If he does not compromise himself. That's how they put it.
That's umbility. Like some people say, it's umbility. That's umbility. All right then. So what do you make of that very one? I mean, does it now make sense? Because he's been touring Nigeria. He's been, would I say Nigeria? He's been touring Nigeria.
He's been touring.
He's been touring, let's put it like that. And then one would wonder, because the quest for who becomes leader in 2023 is on already, in case you do not know. And if you're sleeping, this is a reminder, or this is a wake-up call for you. And so, the question was really valid at the time, but people argued and said it was insultive. Do you still agree? Do you still think 2023 is in view for FFK, and that's why he's touring? Because now he has gone for prayers. He has knelt down to receive from heaven the mantle of leadership. He has gone above what the other politicians used to do. The other politicians would do, the people called me and I came out and the people gave me their mandate. But this one is going to God first to collect the mandate before it comes to the people.
Now, here's the thing. Yeah? Just in case you want to call in and start, lashing out at Khan, I hope you just know that it's a Lagos State chapter.
Yeah, Lagos, we mentioned that. Lagos State chapter.
So let's not make it look like, okay, it's the Christian Association of Nigeria
but
nationwide.
But it's still the Christian Association of Nigeria, nonetheless.
But it's a particular chapter. I don't know if God is telling the other people the same thing God told this other person.
Does God have two mouths?
Well, you never can tell.
Does God have two mouths?
I mean, you may be listening.
Okay, in Nigeria.
You may not be listening right. You may not be
Okay.
listening right, so you misinterpret what God had said. Or you may exaggerate what God had. I don't know. Either ways, the vessel has to come. We need more than one vessel to confirm.
Calm down. Pastor Mrs.
Let's wait for other vessels to confirm for
All right,
us.
then. Well, let's go to some more politics. Abba of Benin to politicians, rein in your thugs. Rein in your thugs. Now, the Abba of Benin has asked politicians to rein in their thugs and refrain from pre-election violence in the run-up to the September 19 governorship election. In Edo State, he urged politicians to give peace a chance, saying occupying a public office should not be a do-or-die affair. Now, the first-class monarch spoke in his palace yesterday at the Pali with the governorship candidates of the 14 parties in the election and other top politicians in the state. He said he had been having sleepless nights for some days over violence and thuggery in the state. The two main contenders, Governor Godwin Obaseki, who is seeking re-election on the platform of the PDP, and the standard bearer of the All Progressives Congress, Pastor Osage Izeyamu, embraced. They, in local parlance, they hug each other at the Oba Palace or at the Benin Palace. Now, also in attendance at the peace meeting were Edo Deputy Governor and Obaseki's running mate Philip Shaibu, ABC Deputy Governorship candidate Malam Gani Audu, former national chairman of APC, ex-governors of Edo State, Chief John Odige Oyegun, and Adams Oshomole. What do you make of the Oba of Benin's move? Do you think it's a great development? I mean, come, why are you fighting? We are all Benin people.
After all, the father, right?
Yeah,
he's
supposed
like
to be,
their
yeah.
father, royal father, as the case may be. So I do expect that this is one of the things that he would do, and if he can, also, I mean, if they have so much, reverence for him, they may reduce or they may likely refrain from, trying to
Go violent.
destabilize, the election at least.
Are you sure?
I think he's just doing his bit as the royal father of Benin. That's just it.
All right.
All right. But moving on now. You remember the whole issue with the Northern Bars. I said the Northern Bar. The new Nigerian Bar Association.
You still will be correct. You still did, because it is the Northern Forum of the NBA.
No, apparently, some other Northern Bar leaders disown the NNBA.
Yeah. About how many of them? I read the news earlier today. A couple of them, I can't remember how many.
Now, here is the thing, right? Does it feel like there is some sort of cause for alarm now, especially with the NBA? I mean, seeing what's going on, the slight disunity amongst them, and the up and down that is rocking the newly created association as well. I mean, first off, having known that the new Nigerian Bar Association, was created by, I think, majorly two northern lawyers, Nuhu Ibrahim and I've forgotten the other person's name, but Suleiman, I've forgotten his first name, right? Now, and with all of those put in place, just because of the issue they had, especially with El Rufai and their position about the kind of persons that should be at the NBA conference. And now that we are seeing this happen, is this going to be like stormy weather, especially for the newly elected NBA president?
No, it's not. No, number one, NBA is, I think, in the Constitution somewhere. I can't remember. Somewhere there's a law that there's a law that backs the NBA. The new NBA is not backed by law.
Well, the new NBA had informed the Minister of
but it doesn't still matter. It doesn't still matter. You can't have two professional body. Like for the same profession, you're gonna have two professional body for the same profession. So it's going.
So what does this tell the public in the first place?
It's politics.
First of all, you're getting to understand that as lawyers, right? The NBA basically is supposed to be part of the judiciary, isn't it? Now, as part of the judiciary, right? They're supposed to be a strong core, especially with how they operate. Showing a good example as to what unity, justice should look like. Now, looking at this division amongst them, what does this, put out there for the public?
My answer still remains the same: political. Now they have gotten. See, that's what Nigerian politics does. It divides people. But Nigerian politics now. You now see the new Nigerian Medical Association, and once politics gets involved,
but how do you allow politics into a body that is supposed to be mostly even apolitical?
They can't be apolitical because they also have the right. I mean, the vice president is a lawyer.
Now, here's the thing.
I continue?
No, here's the thing. Okay. I mean the body in itself, being a part of the judiciary. You get what I'm saying now. I'm not talking about individual lawyers. I'm talking about the body that governs them.
The funny thing is, the individual lawyers make up the body.
But they are working under the laws and auspices of what guides the body.
But then again, the politics in Nigeria has showed us several times that, see, whether there is a law, there is no law, self-interest will triumph. I mean, we see that in political parties. We see that political interest must triumph.
But I was still on it anyway. I still saw that over 5,000 lawyers, according to the lawyers from the NNBA, are still gunning to be part of the new NBA.
It's not. See, they should keep gunning. They should keep whatever the word is, but they will not. Because there is a law that backs the NBA, and that's final. They will not be recognized. Now, it is said that the NBA pays our dues to the Supreme Court, so the NBA is recognized. I'm wondering who would recognize the NBA. But then, moving on, recent times, reports have filtered into the media in Rivers State, in Port Harcourt to be precise, and some parts of Fulbiakpo, that traffic is now the new trend, that you would find it difficult to navigate within Port Harcourt City and Obiakpo. And I'm guessing it has to do with the level of construction, road construction going on in that region. I mean, we're doing concurrently five bridges, Rumula expansion, GRA junction, Garrison, Rumokoro, and somewhere in Artillery. And then I'm wondering in my head, how do we cope? How do we cope? Do you think the government should have, paused for a beat, done one, two, done three maybe, first before doing, or maybe the governor should have just, or the government should have just relaxed with the garrison, artillery, and Rumokoro. When you finish that one, you start another one, GRA Junction, because it looks as if now Port Harcourt is not as big as we used to make it seem. Everywhere is jam packed and everywhere is just, blocked, and, everybody shouting at each other, honking at each other, cursing and, using swear words on the road because everybody's trying to get home at the same time. But what do you make of the situation? Have you also been a partaker of the new experience? I'm having fun in the studio today. I really don't know why. But let's look at one last story. And this time we will be traveling to Zamfara State, where the governor, Bello Matawale, has sent a strong warning to the opposition to be mindful of their utterances or go to jail. And in summary, he said that any opposition member who cannot verify any comment, I give wealth, cannot verify any comment against me, she will go to jail. As simple as that.
At least it will reduce the number of flimsy allegations flying everywhere, isn't it?
Well,
and that's what I've been wanting for a long time.
Will that not be seen as gagging the media, like we like to shout?
No, here's the thing,
like
right?
we like to shout, yeah.
Here's the thing, right? If anybody is making any utterance that the media takes in, to talk about, right? That person who had made the utterance, right, would first off be able to, point, right, with evidence what comes to this, their election campaigning and all of that. We might see a reduction in those flimsy allegations flying everywhere.
All right, then we go open the phone lines because it is 29 minutes gone past the hour of 1, and we believe, Wealth and I, that it is time for you to join the conversation and air your views on the issues that we've remember the numbers remain the same: 0817 0000951 and 0810951091. You can send your text messages to the number 0701 9339960. Remember that we are also on Twitter. You can tweet at us at Today951. Go there, you'll see the trending stories tweeted already, and you just drop your comments under the tweet. Remember, if you're just joining us, or if you have been listening, that the stories that we've looked at are: one, very worried over increase in food prices. Fani Kayode will become Nigeria's president. CAN chairman says Nigerians should be more concerned on utilization of loans coming from the DMO boss. We also talked about if Bayelsa is broke, Nigeria is bankrupt, coming from the governor, Derrida. And of course, the Oba of Benin, two politicians in Edo State, rein in your thugs. So let's open the phone lines now. Let's see who is here. We lost that one. Okay. 0817 000 0951 and 0810 9510 951. All right, let's see who's on the line. 95.1fm.
Hello, Mr. Khalad. I'm your colleague in the studio. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon
to you.
Yes, this is Kingsley calling from Umolumini.
All right, Kingsley, welcome.
Thank you. Well, I want to comment on the headlines that says SFK becoming the president of this country, says by Lagos CAM. Well, my brother. Well, I don't know where they see the vision that they are revealing to us. I don't know how they come with their.
You don't think he's going to be president any day, anytime?
No, my brother, I don't see it coming. I'm not sure if it's going to happen.
You're not
sure? No, I'm not.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right then. Thank you very much for calling in. He's not sure. Let's see. 95.1fm. What's your name? Where are you calling in from?
Good afternoon to you.
You've been calling from.
All right, you're very welcome. Hello? All right, we lost you there. Sorry about that. Let's go to Facebook, where we have this comment from Eba Dibune Dole. It says Canada PMB is not worried over anything in Nigeria. What he promised is the opposite of what he's doing. If he's worried, he should have stopped Femi Adesina from celebrating 1 year of PMB daughter's birthday on social media. How can electricity and pump price increase same time, not same hour actually? Let him use the door, you said. All right, 95.1 FM, what's your name? Where are you calling in from?
Good
Hello.
afternoon. My name is Ken. I'm calling from Lelewa.
All right, please
welcome.
go on.
Hello.
Are you put APC station that you are not talking about the increase in fuel price? Why?
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for calling in. Keep your calls coming in. Keep your calls coming out. That was something
I don't
else.
know if I'm shocked.
That was something else, actually. But
All right.
But this one says Buhari worried over increase in food prices. Buhari shame. They shame me. All right. This one says Buhari worried about increase in food price, but he's busy increasing fuel price and others. So who's responsible? Is he confused or unaware? That's from brother Victor Godwin. The first one was from NEE Shaibu. All right. Back to the phone lines for some more interesting comments.
95.1 FM.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Your name and where you're calling from?
Yes, my name is Imam. I'm calling from River State.
You're welcome, Ima. Please go on.
You see, on issue of Camp saying that Femi will become president in 2023. You see, Camp.
They didn't state when he would
They
become
didn't
president.
say
please.
2023. They said he will someday, sometime, become president.
Okay, all right.
All right. Thank you too. Thank you
Just
too.
to clear that one.
All right.
Moving on. 95.1 FM.
Hello, Mr. Canada.
Mr. Sam. Mr. Sam
Good
Marco.
afternoon, Mr. Sam.
Yeah, the man of the people and the lady of the nation.
You're welcome, Mr. Sam. Please go on.
Yeah. You see, all the headlines you people just read out.
Cree.
Okay.
Yes, mocking the people or individual. You see, the president, even though he's my man, coming out to say he's worried about the increase of food price. Why did he so move Sept or his government to go and add the petroleum price if he's worried about the food price? And this fuel price is one of the things that causes increase or inflation in every commodity. So if he's worried about food, why do they add?
Are you sure that's the reason? I mean, I mentioned the fact that we imported agricultural produce more in the second quarter of the year, and right now we are in the third quarter, right? So if we are in the third quarter, is it? The third quarter. So you know, when you import food, due to all the costs that you will accrue when you're bringing it into the country, you would want to add that on the goods and commodities that you're selling.
Canada, in as much as all kind of analysis that will be being or brought up, the thing is that why do they increase fuel price and electricity bill?
Okay.
And looking at FMK or this man, the current president is just mocking him because that man has no kind of character that warrants him to be even a councillor of a local government.
That's too harsh. That's too harsh. Now, you can never say never. You can never say never. But thank you very much, Sam, for calling in. This one says Obiora Onwuzu on Facebook. The president should arise and fix the economy. All the good promises he promised Nigerians seem not to see the light of the day. This one says Buhari worried over increase of food prices. Buhari should not only be worried for anything that goes wrong in the country, let him take necessary action as the president. What is Nigeria going to remember about this administration? I believe that's what you meant to say. Coming from Akpan X Zaidi. All right, this one is from Ebuka Omeniu. Number one, Buhari is not worried about anything. The suffering of the masses is intentional. We are under the rule of kakistocracy. And from Ebuka there, this one says Robert Samuel, enough is enough. Shall we not talk? Everything is on the rise and infrastructure is going the other direction. Okay, this one is from Muyiwa Joseph Adediran. You just said, All right, back to the phone lines, 95.1 FM.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon to you.
If they come back, my network was.
All right then.
I want to ask, Femi Panika, they becoming the president. Listen to. If, for example, the North Farmers in Nigeria or APA, Yoruba APA, if the Yoruba whatever, if Femi Panika, they becoming a president, that means they do not really do one Nigeria. Because if anything, human beings should be taking Eastern people to become the president of Nigeria. That's one. That is Nigeria for you. But definitely, I know that my people will wake up soon as the president does not come to see.
All right then.
How the country will look like.
All right then. All right, thank you very much for calling in. The president, you should go to the east, he said.
Hello.
Yeah, 95.1 FM.
Yeah, good afternoon, Canada.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Chima.
Yeah, I'm Chima, calling from Port Harcourt. Canada, the increase in fuel price. Canada, I don't know the offense that
we're not talking about the increase in fuel price. Let's stick to the conversations we have. Yes.
Okay, let me go to the traffic situation in River State.
All right then.
I drove past a GRA. As I'm talking to you, most of that road is blocked. Now, the government did not consider the fact that there are so many construction going on within the state.
All right.
They blocked that road. They say Chief Justice is coming or something. Now, as early as 8 o'clock, that road was blocked. As I'm talking to you, there is no the traffic situation, Rumokuta, everywhere. In fact, everywhere in the city of Port Harcourt is blocked.
All right.
You understand? So my own advice, please let this company, the company, advise me on how to. They're trying to come out and went towards, this road. Because when you are constructing and people are passing, you must have some sort of distraction. So I suggest that let their construction be more of the evening, when the people must have retired to their home after a day job.
All right.
I think that will cover the traffic situation in Port Harcourt.
And you have a solid point there, Chima. Thank you very much for that one. 95.1 FM, what's your name? Where are you calling in from?
Hello, Canada.
Yes, good afternoon to you.
Yeah, this is Grace from Port Harcourt.
All right, welcome.
Yeah. Buhari telling us that he's worried. I think those who prepared that write-up for him should have used his normal language of being shocked.
No, he's not shocked. He knows, he's aware. He knows that there's food price increase.
So, he made the comment before increasing the toll or after increasing the toll. Which one are we?
I'm dumbfounded.
Are you sure that this man really felt the status of Nigerians right now? Are you sure he knows the pain of people passing through? Are you sure? Or he's being deceived by those around him? Those who are giving us
he says he understands what Nigerians are going through and he's doing his best to salvage the situation, to ameliorate the sufferings.
Who is even our Minister of Petroleum? I think he's the one. See? Then he increased the fuel. Then telling us that we'll feed the fuel. I don't know. We have complained a lot.
All right then.
And I heard people this morning saying protest. Protest is not the solution.
All right then. All right. Thank you very much. There. I know where you're going to with the solution. This one says the violence campaign in Edo State is stoked by Oshomole. Oba Benin should have told Oshomole to allow Ize Yamu to handle his campaign, just as the APC Governors Forum director complained. Once Oshomole allows Ize Yamu to handle his campaign, abusive words will be eradicated and violence will be eliminated. But with Oshomole pilot, let's take some more calls. 0817 000 Who's on the line?
Hello.
Yes, welcome on the show.
Yeah, this is Chris. I'm calling from Port Harcourt.
All right, Chris, welcome.
So, you see this. I keep on telling you about this thing, about this administration, that they don't have anything to offer. You see how they are frustrating us. You see the reason why we are shouting. All this while, look at what they are doing. Even before, when good luck want to increase fuel, he will come at the round table and say, this is the reason why we are increasing this fuel. You, my citizens, you people know that things are hard now, but
fear it. Look at what we are pursuing. We want to build a refinery. We want to do this. We want to do that. Everybody will say, we clap for him. Yes, you can go ahead. This one, I don't know where they will decide in their inner room. After discussing with their wife, they will just come out in the morning. Just to announce to their zombies, because they have seen that we don't have anything to do. We can't do anything. You see what they are, how they are treating us. How can we get fuel increment? This one, right? Everything at this administration. Can you tell me good thing about this administration? We have inherited since this administration coming on board. Where is Shoyenka them? Good luck add fuel. They all of them rally around. Make sure say that they call good luck. Now you can notice now that all those supporters now, none of them want to call you and say the man is trying. They are not helping him again. Because everybody like you know who call us. We're gonna buy them now.
All right.
I will show them with my own right.
All right, then. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let's not be abusive. All right, 95.1 FM. We lost that call. Wow, what's happening today? A lot of angry Nigerians calling. But if you're just joining us, 16 minutes left on the show, and we are looking at Buhari being surprised. They don't put the word for my mouth now. Buhari being worried over increase in food prices. Nigerians should be more concerned on utilization of loans. This is coming from the Debt Management Office. And of course, Femi Kayode will become Nigeria's president. Can chairman says the advisor is broke, Nigeria is bankrupt, coming from Governor Diri and other Benin politicians reigning.
95.1 FM. Okay.
It's one of those
days. Keep your calls coming in and your text messages as well. The numbers are open 0817 000951 or 0810 9510951. So the number is 0701 9339 962. 95.1 FM. Lost you again. 95.1 FM.
Hello, it's a Canada, please. I call back. I want to comment on the one that Buhari says aware of the increment on the
food price.
Food price, yeah. Well, it's laughable for our president to have sounded the way he sounded.
How is this supposed to sound?
Sorry?
How is this supposed to sound?
You should have told us something more reasonable than what he just said now, because
that's what I'm saying. What could have been more reasonable?
He would have told us what he's doing to issue the agenda.
I mean, they've been having meetings with the economic team for a while now, so.
And since he has been talking with the economic team, what has been the result of it?
We will get to know much later. We will get to know as time goes on.
Getting to 6 years now, we've been hearing story upon stories, and none of those stories that they have been telling, all the promises that has been achieved. He keep on telling us stories upon stories. I am tired of hearing all these things from this man. If he don't know, he doesn't know what to tell us again. He should just honorably resign and allow other persons to try.
All right then.
Because he cannot be telling us all of these things every day. We keep seeing another different thing. My brother, you should tell us a different thing.
All right then. Thank you very much. Tell you a different thing you said. 95.1 FM. What's your name? Where are you calling in from?
Galaba, good afternoon.
Mr. Bright, welcome.
Yes, the word of the nation.
Good afternoon, Mr. Bright.
Yes. The president worried about the increment in food price. The president is showing concern. Is why he's worried.
Mm-hmm.
Because there is one thing we have all failed to speak. Food is not on the exclusive prerogative of the federal government.
Okay.
Those of us calling from Port Harcourt here, complaining about it. Do they know the annual rainfall we have here? There are two major factors for production of food, land and rainfall. Then you talk about sunshine. Don't we have them in abundance here? What food crop do we produce here? What food crops do we produce here? We have oil. Where do we go to bail oil to drink or eat? And then we want to talk about agriculture. That is why you have Ministry of Agriculture in the state. You have Federal Ministry of Agriculture. Agriculture is on the residual list from federal government to local government. Here in River State, what are we?
Now you've raised a valid point, but like I've been trying to argue with other callers. The states the country in general might not be producing as much, despite all the plans of diversification and all. I mean, I tried to explain to them that in Q2 we were still importing in numbers agricultural produce. So
all the programs the federal government has itemized, no one is being killed into by state government federal government. Local government. Once they make a product, that is why you have the anchor borrowers. There is a program called the anchor borrowers.
Yeah.
How many of it is operational in River State? What stops us from benefiting from that? And then whenever we talk about rice is expensive, you hear us complaining as if Buhari is going to use market and host to go and plant rice. What stops us? There is a bank of agriculture in River State along Oluwabasanjo Road. Go to that place. How many farmers are going into that place? The palm oil that grows very abundantly here, how many tons of palm oil palm fruit, how many pounds of palm oil do we export? Whenever we hear about food, we are chanting Buhari. Food is on residual list. Local government has a lot of agricultural responsibilities to carry out. There is a cassava plant about to be commissioned, owned by River State government. That cassava plant can produce raw material for bread, can produce gari, can produce a lot of things. How many local governments are farming cassava to supply the raw material to that industry? How many seedlings, how many cassava stems is River State government sending out to local farmers so that whenever that plant is in operation, they can go and buy those.
All right.
Tomorrow, our cassava for that plant will come from Benue, Ebonyi, and Enugu State. And anytime we hear about food increment, we call Buhari. We know what we're talking about.
All right, then. All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much for that comment.
I do feel that a lot of people also have to understand that in as much as we are hoping that the federal government is more proactive, we also have other types of governments, the local and the state government. And that's why we keep asking the question, what do the state government do to also help in the diversification plan and also help in the creation of more revenues for their states? I mean, we mentioned it even today. So I'm thinking that this is something that is burdened upon every tier of government in the country.
All right, then. This one says, I advise Femi Kayode to drop his presidential ambition of 2023. It's not 2023 now, but you went on to say, let him take his money and help the masses. It is Igbo's turn. I also advise Buhari to bring down the fuel price and also the food price from Engineer IIPH. All right, this one says, I totally agree with Khan that one day FFK will become president of this country. Godwin from Oyibo. Remember yesterday when we were talking about what the Nigerian dream is? This is it. One day. I have a dream that one day Femi Fani Kayode will be president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I have a dream.
Who's having the dream? You or?
I'm on behalf of what I see in the newspaper.
Okay.
All right, I lost that one. On behalf of what I see in the newspaper. I have a dream that one day when FFK becomes president, we'll be able to know who was bankrolling him. I have a dream that one day we will know who the bankrollers are. 95.1 FM, what's your name? Where are you calling in from?
Simon calling from Port Harcourt.
All right, welcome.
Okay. I'm worried that Mr. President is worried about the food price.
Why?
There are two major things. Security and transportation. You know that how much Mr. President is not worried that food prices about River State, about the country. We are not talking about River State, the whole country.
But you see, that's the mistake we make. You know, you made a reaction. I need to say something now. Now the problem is the states make up the country, true or false. The local governments make up the states, and so yes, you cannot remove the states from the country's conversation.
Okay. Now, are you saying that the whole 36 states are not keen into that border CBN.
But you see,
program.
for it. I want to answer your question. For it to be for it to be Nigeria, the whole 36 states must be involved, and that's what it is.
So why are the 36 states? What's happening to? I am telling you, the major issue is not the state not being in.
Okay.
It's about the farmers who can look at what's happening in the whole country. You're talking about the new terminology they gave to the insurgents in the northwest. Those people cannot farm, both in the northeast and even in the north central, even in the southeast. Every part of the country is now. See, as journalists, please go to a local government and ask them what's happening in their bushes. Occupied by Fulani men. They say they are hunters. So these are the issues on ground. It's not about people not seeing it that they don't want to farm. The lands are no longer available because of insecurity. That's the major point.
All right, then. All right, thank you very much for calling in, yeah? 95.1 FM. What's up with the phone lines today? All right, keep your calls coming in. We've got 6 minutes left. And
you see, here's the thing, right? I just took out time to digest and ingest everything that he has said, right?
You mean the last caller?
Yes, the last caller, when he talked about insecurity being one of government. Work hand in hand in terms of protecting and making sure that there is peaceful coexistence between, the will to implement the strategies to help us out.
All right, talking about diversification, Robert Sam, the agricultural minister, boasted that we will be exporting yam by now. How far? Where are you calling in from?
Hello, good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon to you.
I'm Noble from Elias.
Sorry?
You're welcome, Noble.
Okay, Noble, welcome.
Yes, just like the argument you're making there about the security or insecurity in the country. Are you now aware of herdsmen farmer crash? What causes it?
It's the herdsmen and the farmers that are causing it now. They are clashing.
I will go to my farmland where I'm doing something. If I try to trust them, they will buy from me. Then tomorrow, that will destroy my farmland. Then you will tell me that increase will not happen. It's not the same government are saying you are shocked. But you went to North, chatting for oil, digging for oil. Even when the workers are losing their lives in numbers, you are still sending them there looking for oil. Why are you shocked? You see, the problem we have in this country that the people that know our system, that will do whatever they will do, say anything that will do, we know they're going to defend them, we will continue defending them. That's it. That's the number.
All right, then.
You are shocked. You are shocked. You are increased fuel.
He's not shocked, he's worried. He's not shocked. He's worried.
In electricity is going on, increasing day by day. You are still shocked.
He's not shocked. He's worried. They are two different things. He's worried. Please, let's get it right.
Then if he's worried, then let him do something for us.
All right, then.
If he's worried, because you are the head of the state. Everything is right on your head. You are worried. Then he did something for us. They make this easy for us. This is what talk about the country. The country is suffering.
All right, then. All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much. We've got to go, Noble. Your point has been made. This one says, in 2011, Goodluck Jonathan removed subsidy and sold fuel for 145 naira per liter when crude oil was sold for over $100 per barrel, and Shoyinka and Co protested and said no to subsidy removal. And Jonathan reversed a bit. Today, crude oil is sold for less than $50 per barrel, but fuel is sold for 160 naira or more. And Soyinka and Co are sleeping and snoring. Next level, here it comes, Mr. Law. But Mr. Law, don't you think the removal of subsidy is a necessary evil? A necessary evil. Now look at it from the angle as well. And this one says, good day, Canada and Co. I am Honorable Obina Inwelechi from Akwa Iche. The president being bothered about the increment of it's not petrol or food products. Food. We're not talking about petrol. This one says, I advise Nigerians not to protest against the fuel price hike. We're not talking about fuel price, Mr. Law. All right, one last call and we'll call it a wrap.
What's that one then?
95.1 FM, quickly.
Yes, Canada lastly.
Yeah, Mr. Bright, run quickly, please.
Yeah.
I am talking about River State. We have a government. What is the agricultural program or policy of River State government for 2020? You don't know, that we don't have. And people are making excuses for politicians on the guise of headers, farmers class. In River State, Kalada, you are a newsman. When last did you report farmers headers class in River State? Can you go back to your news articles and check the last day the community in River State, the local government area where you reported farmers headers class? The only farmers headers class issue recently was Psalm 106 of Ikore local government, that Ikore local government passed a bylaw that has the army GOC of Elele barrack and some of the headers, and they reached a truce. Psalm 106 did that. It wasn't even a headers class. Apart from the skirmishes that happened, where do they own the land that they are clashing? If we hear farmers headers clash in Benue, where they have been for the centuries, we are bringing it down.
We've got to go. We've got to go. We've
What
got to
is
go.
the River State government?
We've got to go for the news update. We get your point right now. But it's time for the news update at 2, and after that we will be talking fuel increment.
All right, but quickly, somebody has a message from Twitter. This one says, what does Buhari care if he presides over petroleum as minister? It's getting increased by the day. What is his pity on food increase while he knows what fuel is used to transport the food? Save us. That's kill and I pity, Joe. All right, that's coming from Kingsley on Twitter. Now we have to go for the news update.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM. Board Hardcore. News update.
Good afternoon. Here's the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Wealth Wilson. Floods has reportedly destroyed farmlands in Kebbi, Zamfara, Niger, Rivers, Cross River State, Sokoto, Bauchi, and some parts of Kwara State. This, stakeholders are feared, may lead to food crisis in Nigeria following massive floods that are ravaging crop farms in many parts of the country. Reports say rice and maize farmlands were most affected, and farmers fear this could further hike the prices of staple food in the country. The Nigerian Hydrological Service Agency has warned that the current water level in the middle Niger of the Niger Basin portends some level of concern for Nigeria, as there could be a likelihood of river flooding in the states contiguous to River Niger. The states, according to the agency, are Kebbi, Niger, Kwara, Nasarawa, Kogi, Anambra, Delta, Edo, Rivers, and Bayelsa. The Director General of the agency, Clement Nsei, said the country through Kebbi State might be flooded beginning from September 6. President of the All Farmers Association of Nigeria, Architect Ibrahim Kabiru, in an interview said even though it would be difficult to ascertain the damages done to the farms by the flood across the country, the threat portends a great danger ahead. The All Progressives Congress APC has defended the new increase in pump price of petrol and electricity tariff. The ruling party is calling on the People's Democratic Party (PDP) and other critics to wake up to the new Nigeria where the government works for the citizens and not for a few interests. Deputy National Publicity Secretary of the APC, Yakini Nabena, in a statement said the decision to increase the fuel pump price and the hike in electricity tariff was in the best interest of all. The APC noted that the PDP had foisted a corrupt subsidy regime that enriched few individuals, some of who are still in hiding abroad, adding that the ruling party was determined to continue to make fuel available to all Nigerians. The PDP, in an earlier statement by its National Publicity Secretary, Kola Lugbondion, rejected the new fuel price increase from 143 naira to 151 naira hike in electricity tariff. The police high command says it will conduct raids of critical areas that pose a threat to the smooth conduct of elections in Edo State. Force spokesman DSP Frank Umba disclosed this in an interview with the media in Abuja in the aftermath of trailer accidents that almost claimed the life of some political figures in Edo State. Mba said the raid will also be carried out before the election later this month, will be purpose-driven to achieve its intended objectives.
During the elections. But the good thing with our studies is that with this, we can also project proactively into the future. We are already taking steps to mop up some of the arms. Within the next few days, you will be seeing a lot of preemptive steps, preemptive strike being taken by the police. We will be carrying out intelligence-driven, target-oriented, and very purposeful raids, and we'll be picking up some of the persons of interest that will be following and monitoring. We are deploying both technical and human intelligence to keep all the movements in track, and we're also working with other relevant stakeholders and working with other security agencies to also ensure that at the end of the day, a due election comes and goes without much of this anticipated violence.
Frank Umba, who decried the increasing level of violence associated with the conduct of elections in Nigeria, also said certain persons of interest that will also be arrested before the Edo and Ondo governorship elections. On a foreign scene, a group of 81 Nobel laureates have endorsed Joe Biden's campaign for the White House. The Nobel laureates advised and advanced their support in a letter to Joe Biden, who they say has consistently demonstrated his willingness to listen to experts. The Independent UK reports that the scientists celebrated Biden's long record of public service in the open letter that was reportedly organized by Bill Foster, the only physicist serving in Congress. The letter comes as Donald Trump faced increasing criticism over his administration's response to the coronavirus pandemic, which has killed 180,000 Americans and spread across the nation at a faster, deadlier rate than many other countries around the world. While the Trump administration has called for schools to reopen amid the pandemic and for states to ease coronavirus restrictions in an effort to ramp up the economy, Biden and Democrats leaders have called for a comprehensive national plan to combat the novel virus. And that was the news update on Today 95.1 FM. Do not forget, take responsibility, wash your hands frequently with soap under running water. Avoid touching your face and high contact surfaces to prevent coronavirus. Once again, good afternoon, I am Wealth Wilson. Thank you for listening. Just stay with us as today's hustle continues with Kalada and Wealth.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Talk radio.
I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Planet View Properties.
Nobody will not fit to make a
Oh yes, physical and social distance promo. Become a landlord. Own your own land behind Port Harcourt International Airport for Ipo. With 550,000 naira payment, you don't get your own land. No additional fee. Collect all your documents. Begin to build small. All our layout get Greater Port Harcourt City approval and certified town planners design. Come our office for 64A Tombia Extension, close to Royal House of Grace Church, GRA Port Harcourt. Or you call us for the following number 080-9165-2888. Planet View Property. We there can pay to make that your dream come true.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please?
This president's failed.
It's about the future of this country.
We're going to take it back.
You asked us to vote you into that position so you can bring about that
solution.
So when you vote me, then you sleep. Let me see if I can take another phone call. Hello, Today 95.1 FM. Good morning.
What makes a policeman to be able to feed is the gun he's holding. They use their gun to extort money from people.
Good morning. What's your name and where are you calling from?
No longer news that we are truly the voice of the people.
Am I not a slave in Nigeria?
I refuse if you're a slave.
You're a slave. Let's not get to that now. So in Nigeria, that constitution. Bro is philosophizing.
You spot the difference now? I am a proud Nigerian. I have been placed here by God for a time such as this.
Pack my bags, I ain't coming back.
The degradation, challenges, and problems faced by Nigeria are the perfect backdrop for me to develop and utilize my God-given potential.
I will not complain. I will not criticize. Rather, I will use my skills, gifts, relationships,
and experience to find long-lasting and revolutionary solutions to the many challenges confronting Nigeria.
Nigeria will rise again.
Because I am here, I will leave this nation
a better place than I met it. I will work to make Nigeria a praise on the earth.
I will work to make Nigeria a praise on the earth. So help me God.
Let me tell you how I got this far.
This message is brought to you by Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People.
This is the Vivian Douglas Show. It is an avenue for paradigm shift.
We bring you a platform where your voice counts on issues of social reform in our society, from governance to education,
domestic abuse, health, environment, relationship, religion, lifestyle, entertainment, and much more.
Most importantly, here on the Vivian Douglas Show, we speak to impact on all fronts. Join us on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt every Thursday, 5 to 6 p.m.
on the Vivian Douglas Show to interact, and on the Just So You Know segment on Today 95.1 FM and on our social media platforms at the Vivian Douglas Show.
Let's keep it real and log down every Thursday.
This is Today 95.1 FM. To copy this tune, press 9.
This is Today 95.1 FM.
For current news and information, press 5.
They are politicians, all of them. They know what they do.
So they know how they attack each other.
To stay connected all day, press 1.
The person who raised the name is the one who made the public know about
it. Good afternoon and welcome to the World News on your Premium Talk Radio station.
We are your Premium Talk Radio station. Today 95.1 FM, the station with a unique dial.
Hooray! Today FM is at it again. Pay for 2 slots of production and get the third free. Yes! Produce 2 items with us and get the third one absolutely free. And more information, call the following numbers:
0818 389 2850. Again, 0818 389 2850.
Only on Today 95.1 FM. 95.1 FM.
This is today's hustle. One show that embodies objectivity. We raise the bar in examining the good, the bad, the sordid, everything that has to do with society.
In America, you buy a big house and you pay gradually for 30 years of your life. That is politics. In Nigeria, you carry all your salary and go and rent one bad politics.
Everything that has to do with
you
society.
must negotiate. If we don't negotiate, when a man is pushed to the wall, he bounces back with double efforts. We have been pushed to the wall.
The Hustle. Every weekday from
1 p.m. to 3 p.m.
on Today 95.1 FM.
This is today's hustle. One show that embodies objectivity. We raise the bar in examining the good, the bad, the sordid, everything that has to do with society.
In America, you buy a big house and they pay gradually for 30 years of your life. That is politics. In Nigeria, you carry all your salary and go and rent one room. Bad politics.
Everything that has to do with
You
society.
must negotiate. If we don't negotiate, when a man is pushed to the wall, he bounces back with double levels. We have been pushed to the wall.
The Hustle. Every weekday from
1 p.m. to 3 p.m.
on Today 95.1 FM.
All right, good afternoon to you once again. 15 minutes gone past the hour of 2, and apologies for the late kickstart or kickoff of the show. I was we were expecting Francis Dingpa, who is the River State Chairman of Petron, to join us in the studio right now as we talk about the price adjustment in the pump price of PMS. While we are hoping that he probably will still be able to make it on the show, we want to talk for development. We want to look at, the activities in that sector as we saw yesterday, where, fuel increased to 163 naira per liter. I do hear that some fuel stations are hoarding the products that they already have, and you know how we trying to do these things in Nigeria. We're trying to make the most out of it. We're trying to milk the situation. Every time it is the same. Yesterday we saw a report that the PPMC, that is the petroleum, is it the PMPC rather, the petroleum marketers, I need to get that. Just give me a minute so I can get the full acronym for that very one. All right. So where is it now? Where is it? Come on. I'm trying to get it. I can't find it all of a sudden. Okay, yeah. The Petroleum Products and Marketing Company, PPMC, which is a subsidiary of the NNPC, came out and said that ex-depot prices will be going for 147 naira 67 kobo, or between 147 naira 67 kobo and 151 naira 56 kobo, and that made the marketers increase the price of fuel. But then again, remember, as far back as March, I think it was March, when the Minister for States for Petroleum Resources, Timothy Silva, came out and said that the government is removing the cap on the price of PMS. Remember that very one. And when that did happen, the argument was who will then regulate the petroleum industry, who was going to regulate that particular sector. And, there were talks about the PPPRA coming out to say they no longer had the powers to determine the price of petrol in the market, and that, the marketers were going to be the ones who were going to determine according to market forces, and the PPPRA will be there to supervise, to regulate. And, confusion did erupt when the next month we saw an increment, and it was said to have been from the PPPRA, and, the subsequent month, the same thing. But recently, a couple of days ago, the PPPRA has been silent on what should be the PMS price for the month of September. And that is the reason why I'm thinking that the PPMC went ahead with the directive, and, pegged the ex-depot price at the price which it is selling for right about now. When you look at all of this confusion, the talk of we've removed subsidy, and then the government is still spending 5.4 billion for subsidy, you want to ask the question, what is really going on in that sector? who do we really blame for all of the shortfalls in that sector? Do we blame the president? Do we blame the marketers? Who do we hold accountable? But then again, why are we seeing an increment in such a time when Nigerians are struggling to survive, businesses are struggling to stay afloat, struggling to breed? Why now? Is the government not supposed to be looking at how, she can give palliatives, reduce some of these things like we've seen in certain countries where, taxes have been reduced, where certain bills have been paused for the time being until businesses and companies and investors get back on their feet. What are we seeing right about now? Is it the way to go? Like I asked during the first half of the show, is subsidy removal not a necessary evil? Should we not be, expecting or embracing this fuel increment so as to say that, in 2 years' time, as the DPRO has told us, we will begin to see refineries, floating in several parts of the Niger Delta, modular refinery status. Is it not time for us to, just take the pain, absorb the pain, and allow the victory in the coming years, which we would see refineries scattered all over Nigeria. We would see industries popping up here and there. We would have enough money for developmental growth in Nigeria. Is that not something that we should be looking at? Should we not be supporting the government? Let's say this is, a policy of the government. Should we not be supporting the government in seeing how we can actualize, revenue generation? After all, many of us have come out to criticize, and we have said, government should not be borrowing. At the rate government is borrowing, government might end up selling Nigeria. If that be the case, and if that is the case, should we not be looking at how we can assist the government in making sure that we generate as much revenue as possible for the development of our country? Because one way to generate is when the people, pay, taxes like this, when we tax ourselves, to give irrespective of our slim resources. But what do you think of it? How do you think it will affect our current state of the economy? How do you think it will affect you? What is the condition of filling stations in your locality right about now? These and many more issues we will be talking about. I am Canada, and Wealth Wilson is with me in the studio. We're going to be opening the phone lines right about now. 22 minutes can pass, and we would like to take your views on the issue. 0817 is the number. 0000951 and 0810-951-0951. Send your text messages to the number 0701-933-9962. All right, 95.1 FM. What's your name?
Salada, good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon to you.
Eto calling from Roma.
All right, Eto, welcome.
Thank you, bro. These current administrations, I don't know where they are heading to. You can only tax a man if a man is doing something, maybe he's working or maybe he's doing business. That is only when you can tax him, you can provide tax for the government. And when there is no work for a man to do, what did you going to tax him?
But if the man still decides to give to the government in a couple of years' time, the man will probably have employment that will pay him salaries, and he will recoup all the money he's given back. Think of it from that angle as well.
When you don't have anything doing, what will you give to the government? Nothing. You have nothing to show for it. For this government, is what I'm seeing is that when you have the incompetent leader, that is when you get it at the end.
Right.
So they are all incompetent. Both the Minister of Petroleum, incompetence. So they did not give us what we want, and you are giving us a fuel price high. If somebody that is barbing hair now 200 or 300, that will increase it. Probably whether Nepal lights or anything, they will increase it. Everything increase. So what did you want the masses to do? God will help us.
All right then. All right then.
In the name of Jesus.
Amen. All right, Eto, thank you very much for that. 195.1 FM. What's your name? Where are you calling in from?
Good afternoon, Mr. Canada.
Good afternoon to you.
Andy calling from Port.
All right, welcome.
Mr. Canada, sometimes I used to ask myself, for example, is this petroleum thing, maybe Nigeria we don't have the product. I don't know how we'll buy it. It's like maybe a liter will buy it like 1,000 naira, 2,000 naira. Because it doesn't make sense. This is like when you have a borehole in your house and you want to drink water, you go to outside, your neighbor or house, go and buy water to drink. Because by right, this thing is our own. It's we that are producing this thing. Even though this current government now tell us that if they enter the seat, they will make it 1 liter for 45 naira.
Are you not seeing the market forces? Are you not seeing what is happening now in the world petroleum sector?
The promise that they make us to say that when they enter, they would make it. All the whole promise they have made us, they tell us that when they enter, the naira would.
But the promises are subject to, as he said, the economic factors that we see right now. If there wasn't COVID-19, maybe we probably wouldn't be seeing this up price.
See, since when this government enter this for the state, it's excuse. Every time excuse. This is too much. I'm telling you the truth, it's getting too much.
All right.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much there. Moving on now, 95.1 FM. What's your name? Where are you calling in from?
Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Canada.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yes, this is Ambassador Momo.
All right, welcome.
And do you remember last year, 2019, that I told you that this government do not have anything to offer in this country? I want to call yourself back. So please, I want to say like this. Well, God is going to help us. No matter whatever that this country, even with the fuel, now we're going to buy for 300 naira per liter. Doesn't matter. But I want to ask, what about labor? When we are going to increase fuel everywhere, Nigeria carry this one, carry rubber, this one carry bottle, this one carry water. I said no, they cannot accept. But where are them now? Where are the people that writing about 68 pages of paper letter to Bullock? Where are them now? We want to hear from them now. So even though this government anyhow they want to do this country, let them do.
All right then.
But for one day, nothing go up, will not come down.
All right then. Thank you very much. Moving on now, 95.1 FM. What's your name? Where are you calling in from?
Man of the people.
All right, welcome, David.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. It's very unfortunate the situation that is happening in Nigeria with the petroleum price regulation. But at the same time, you have a very vital question. Can we look at the flip side of it and then knowing that this is a pain which just won't last for long and it will generate revenue for which government will use to finance the other sectors and then allow modular refineries to float and at the same time be competitive, because by doing so you are allowing price to be regulated by the forces of the market, which is an international thing, not just local problem. So if the modular refineries come on, definitely they cannot sell at the rate which we were selling before, because the government was fully subsidizing the products. But now the government has taken his hands off from the capping and now is doing some form of downgrading with subsidizing rate of it. It's not fully subsidizing the product anymore. That simply shows that we are left at the mercy of the market. The higher the price of per barrel goes in the market, the higher the price per liter goes in the local market, which is in Nigeria. And if the price goes lesser per barrel in the international market, the price per liter will reduce. Just as it reduced before to 120, 152, and 155, and now it's now about 160. So I think what Nigerians should be looking at is what the government should be looking at first of all is, have we blocked the leakages, which is this money we are talking about, not regulating, allowing more cash flows into our sector, into the petroleum industry. If it comes in, have we blocked the leakages that will make sure that this very money gets to us and then we are able to use it? But when you keep on hearing things about NNPC not remitting up to $8 billion in the last 7 years, tells you that there is no way we can get the true dividends from this very removal of the government cap from the petroleum sector. So do we have enough to now finance the other sectors like the electricity sector so that we can have a greater improvement of our
David.
So we can have alternatives.
David, we've got to go.
We're not having that.
David, we've got to go.
But lastly...
No, David, we've got to go. We've given you enough time. Thank you very much for calling in there. 95.1 FM, what's your name? Where are you calling in from?
Hello, brother. Good afternoon.
Yeah,
I'm
good
Noble
afternoon.
from Elias.
All right, Noble, welcome.
I asked a question. My question goes this. When these guys took over, how much are we selling for then?
What was the market?
Is it not
What
97
was the market force like at the time? What was the market condition at the time? If you're going to do such comparisons, you should look at it as well. Yeah.
Remember then, they told us before they increased this thing, they want to remove fuel subsidy.
Mm-hmm.
If you can remember. But at last, we found out that the fuel subsidy is still there. And we're still buying it higher. Is it not corruption? But before, someone wants to remove the fuel subsidy for us to buy it higher. Everybody was crying. Even the current president was in he also protest. All the people, Tinubu and others, they have protested. But now, when they take over, the subsidy is still there. We are still buying it higher. And then, how much more now that since Nigeria are crying for half time, you're increasing this thing? What do you think that common people that use because sure, clothing will increase, and mainly in Nigeria also, those old women use kerosene to cook in the villages. Right? That is not right. They use it for a long time. What is their fate?
All right then.
You see, the thing is here, the federal government is also working on revamping refineries and also building modular refineries as well. So the thing is, even though they are to be faulted for the undue delay, especially when it comes to this particular revamping of refineries, we should also remember that right now we are grappling with funds in the country.
Mm-hmm. Are you true? Hello?
In summary, please. In summary.
Yes. We are crying for fun in the country. But this current president is digging oil in the north. Spending money looking for oil in the north. Is it no money they're using on it? Or is it free? Okay. Is it not them that approve money to build is this Senate or House of Assembly in Abuja there? How much was they approved on that? So
All right.
Don't have money.
All right, thank you very much. We've got to move on now. Thank you very much there. We've got to move on. 95.1 FM, what's your name? Where are you calling in from?
Hello, Mr. Kalada.
All right, Mr. Sam. Mr. Sam, welcome.
Good afternoon, Mr. Sam.
Yeah, the man of the peace and the lady of the nation. Mr. Kalada, you see, the truth is that we have some smart men who claim to be smart, but they are not smart. In the sense that these men, they collaborate with whether federal government or who are responsible for all this increment. I don't know for now. Hereby, when you see the call for the increment of fuel price, this acclaimed smart men will be so quick to change the price to that this new increase. But when they do reduction, remember the last they did during the time of this pandemic where there was lockdown. These people refused to adhere to it, and they were claiming that they have old stock until they finish the old stock. They did not remove that, reduce the price. The increase now came, and this way I heard them on radio today on reading, and they were claiming smart and saying all kind of things. You see, that's the wickedness we individuals ourselves are doing ourselves here in this nation, and we will keep blaming it on one person. But The truth is that what these men are doing, the truth is that if they don't resist, their stomach will begin to get swallow because of the thing they are embezzling, they are eating fat and punishing the common Nigerians. It's not good. It's not good. Right. When people choose to begin to undermine what people are going, the common Nigerians are going through because of their own personal interest, it is very bad.
All right, then.
Now they have turned that price so fast.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much, then. Thank you very much. We've got to move on. 95.1 FM. What's your name?
Canada, my good friend.
People's Choice, welcome.
And I want to just ask a question. Now, the Minister of Petroleum, Minister of Petroleum.
Turn off your radio, please.
Sorry. The Minister of Petroleum, he addressed Nigerians to tell them the outcome and why and what happened, or they don't have crude oil again in Nigeria. So I'm interested. I remember one statement the Kachku made that 2019 into social did not happen. He will resign. You know, they did not bring him back. They bring Seva. Seva is working with President Muhammad Buhari. What have they tell us? What did they tell us? What is their plan since 2015 till now? I know their body language. They want to be gambling with Nigerians.
They're building your refineries. They said they're building your refineries. You get it by 2023.
No, they are not building anything.
Okay.
The mission was here, and the flag up for the cleanup. Was promising a modern refinery. Alpha, my brother.
And let's wait until the date now. Let's wait until the date of.
My great grandchildren will wait. This one I'm still young now. Let me enjoy the thing. No way.
Okay.
All right then. All right then. Thank you very much for calling in. All right, keep your calls coming in. 0817-000-0951 at 0810-951-0951. Let's send those text messages to the number 0701-933-9962. Okay, who's here?
Hello?
Yeah, 95.1 FM.
Yeah, Canada.
Welcome.
Salada, it pains me a lot when you are holding brief to this government. You and Lady Wells, you people are holding brief too much for this government.
All right.
I don't like the way you people are alive every time defending these people for their failure. You people supposed to be defending the masses on radio and the kind of hardship we are passing there. You will be telling me maybe this, maybe that. On people failure, people will trust this nation into their hands.
All right.
Failing their people every day. You are in the studio defending them maybe like this, maybe like. Is that how they do to Jonathan? We know what they did when Jonathan was in government. Everybody were criticizing. Tunumbu, everybody come out to the street, you carry radio station, carry everything, or they were protesting everywhere. Now, this young man are telling this nation, you are there telling me, maybe like this, maybe like this. Is that what we're supposed to be hearing from you people? My heart wants to pull out when I've been hearing you and the word here, defending these people on their failure. Every day, people are dying in this nation in their thousands, in their number. They are telling us they are preparing. They are doing this. 4 years have gone. Another year is coming. Tomorrow they will leave the seat. Where are they going to fix up this thing? It's unfair.
All right.
It's unfair.
All right then.
I don't like it. Stop defending their failure.
All right. Thank you very much for calling in there. Moving on now. 95.1 FM. What's your name? Where are you calling in from?
Hello. Canada. Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon to you.
I'm Prince calling from Abuluma.
All right, Prince, welcome.
You know, when this present government, Muhammad Buhari, came to the office, their campaign promises, you want to talk of 1 naira to $1, you want to talk of are they telling us that they are lying now to Nigerians now? Is that a lie or what? You can remember a lot of people, a lot of callers, reminding you what even Buhari itself came to just go to the street together with Wole Soyinka for protest because of this same fuel matter. Which one can we remind you and which one I know we put it to rest? Here, the problem we have for this Nigeria is too numerous to mention.
All right.
Too big.
All right.
That is the truth of the matter.
All right.
If not, I don't see any reason why the person called Buhari to rule this Nigeria. That is the truth.
All right, then. Thank you very much. No. Wrong statement there. I'm going to let you go. 95.1 FM. What's your name? Where are you calling in from?
Canada, man of the people.
Give me welcome.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Canada, frankly speaking, I'm sick and tired of this increment. Yes, the increment is getting out of hand. At times you understand with the government of the day whether they promise or not. To me, for now, I don't want to even complain of those things, because if you remember, they said every year they will be building one refinery. Go back to the records. Yes, every year. So 4 years, 4 refineries. Then they will even revive the old ones. 2 in River State, 1 in Kaduna, 1 at Delta.
All right.
So we are talking about 8 altogether. So there is no need of importing petroleum product into this country. That was the promise. But today, what is on ground? What is happening? So instead of we to go back and forth, but my own anger, only you recently, through your Minister for State Petroleum, that anything subsidy has been removed. Just of recent again, they quoted the amount that they paid for subsidy. So the deceit is the only problem here. If you're calling one person criminal, that there is nothing like subsidy, and today you're doing the same thing, and you don't want others to call you that same name, then what are you? What are you? I don't even know the way I will even describe the government, but it is where Canada, it is better I even end there and allow others.
All right, then. All right, thank you very much, Keith, for a minute ago. Thank you very much, sir. 95.1 FM, what's your name? Where are you calling?
Canada, Wisdom calling you for a second.
All right, Wisdom.
Yes, that is the mess you got ourselves into. You see, one achievement of this government when they came on to power was not to guard the press. To make sure that the press
nope. I wouldn't allow you to say. Do you have proof? Can you show where the government has gagged the media? If you were called by the DSS.
Criticize the government.
Nobody. People have criticized. Thank you very much, there. 95.1 FM. What's your name? Where are you calling in from?
Yeah, Canada.
Yeah. Good afternoon.
Ife is calling from Aba.
Sorry, what's your name?
Ife Diba,
welcome.
Very well. Canada, you have been in this country for a while. I'm sure you are an adult.
All right.
I want to ask one question. Has there been any time since 1999 that pump prices are increased without a defense of removing subsidy? Each time they increase fuel price, they will tell us they want to deregulate. They want to remove government's hand from pricing mechanism. That is the same thing. I just bought fuel now at 165 naira.
165, all right.
That is about 22 or 23 naira increment.
All right.
At one fell swoop.
All right. What area is that?
That is in Aba.
Okay.
My fear is that there is a danger we are not seeing as a people. That danger is acceptance of mediocrity in governance.
All right.
People are, instead of going into governance that they are elected to perform, they are busy turning out excuses and defense of their anti-people policies. Look at COVID-19, just the lockdown that affected all businesses worldwide. Now, instead of governments to give out bailouts to businesses, to revamp businesses in the country, they are killing people that are already dead. It's not only petroleum price, it's not only the pump price of petroleum products. I am sure you that electricity has just gone by more than 200% up. The truth, a country that wishes well, a government.
No, can I correct you? It's not more than 200%. It was about
from
50. It was
22 to 66. Hold on, please. Let's do the math. 22 naira to 66 naira.
Is it? It's not 22 to 26. We have the reports, and I have to go back to that very one. It was about 50. It was about 50%. It was about 50% increment. I don't think it was up to.
From 22 naira Canada to another 44 naira. That's 100%.
20. Okay, so it wasn't up to 200. So it wasn't up to 200% then. It wasn't up to 200%.
Hold on, brother. I am telling you, it's 22 to 66. That is 44 naira increment.
All right then.
44 is 2 times 22. That's what I'm telling you, 200% increment.
All right then.
Good. So let's continue bearing and making excuses, especially those of us from the south.
Okay.
That's a good one.
All right.
We shall continue in this manner, no problem.
Thank you very much. You don't want to listen. I was going to give you the figures, but thank you nonetheless for calling in. I'll keep the calls coming in. 15 minutes left on the show. We are looking at the hiking fuel price, and we are asking the question, what really is the problem in that sector, the petroleum sector, and how do we get to tackle this? How do we get to handle it? But then again, looking at it from the other side, the other angle, is this not for the betterment of our society? I mean, we've all been calling for refineries and industrialization. Will this not birth the industrialization that we so dream of? All right, back to the phone lines. 95.1 FM. What's your name? Where are you calling in from?
Hello, Mr. Calada.
All right, then.
Good afternoon. Mazi Awa David Carlo.
Mazi Awa David, welcome.
Good afternoon to you, Welch.
She can hear you. She can hear you. Just go ahead.
Okay. You know, it's quite unfortunate, or should I say fortunate, to the black people living on this territory. Whenever I come up with a phrase, should I say a reference, according to Obasanjo. If Nigerians do not see what they ought to see and do what they ought to do, they will be a victim of what they don't like. Now, like people have called you and give you an instance of Jonathan during his tenure. All hell was let loose. But if I tell my brother from Bayelsa today that these people do not mean well to us, they will say, no, it is because of my oil. Now, are you in the control of that your oil? The answer is no. That means the pastors, the professors living in that same nation.
Our David. No. Let's go straight to what we're talking. I know where you're going with all of the. Come on, let's go straight to what we're talking about.
Thank you. What am I trying to say now is this: if these people really love the nation, PDP have guided this nation for how many good years? 16 good years. They cannot be proud of steady light out of the 16 years. Neither one refinery, one working. Now this present government now is there with all their promises. I know it's not easy to control humans, but where is one single thing that will help the economy of the country? The answer is capital none. When I say capital none, why is that today or yesterday I bought fuel at the rate of 150? Today somebody is telling me 160. And everybody just keeps telling, I think everything is still normal. And you want me to continue to reason with such a people? To me, I don't think so. I used to think more than this. Before heaven and man, if I have my freedom from my own state, Abia State, I will sell fuel at the rate of 20 naira.
Right,
maybe River State can sell 160, they can sell 170. But what am I trying to say is that we do not have that indigenous right again. All these politicians are just the proxy of Britain. I will still maintain.
Thank you very much. We've got to move on. This one for the person who said that electricity was increased by 200%. This is the fact. Now the current situation is 62 naira, 1 kobo per kilowatt in 1 hour, and before it was 35 naira, 20 kobo per kilowatt in 1 hour. So it's not up to 200%. I was trying to tell you it wasn't up to, but you wouldn't listen. All right, then. Back to the phone lines. 95.1 FM, what's your name? Where are you calling in from?
Canada, good afternoon once again. This is Kingsley from Rumo Lumini.
All right, welcome, Kingsley.
Yes, my brother. Well, what is happening in the country is nothing to write home about. It's quite disheartening that we are seeing all of these things happening, and we are just behaving as if nothing is happening. Imagine what we saw some years back, where good wanted to increase fuel price. We saw how all of those things found out. Occupy Nigeria this, Occupy Nigeria that, lives of Wale Soyinka, life of so many of them. But today, none of those people that are occupying Nigeria, when Nigeria needed to be occupied, none of them now that are coming to occupy in Nigeria, where we needed them most. Tell me a reasonable government that think for the good of their own people that they claim that they are governed, that they are ruling, will just wake up from their white bed without consulting anybody, will just decide on how to impoverish the people they claim that they are ruling more, rather than to making the lives of those people more better. I don't just get it. I don't just, okay, we're just yesterday, that day before yesterday, that NEPA came up with their own. They increased the electric, what did they call it? Which I don't even know how to pronounce it. Today, again, talking about fuel. Tell me how, in fact, I don't get this.
All right.
What have they put in the table of the poor masses? All they know is how to enrich themselves. That's all they
Thank you very much, Kingsley. We've got to go.
I don't get it.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Kingsley. There. This one says, hi, Canada. To say the truth, the issue concerning the fuel increase requires a mass action. It is a wicked act to continue to punish the masses now that they are supposed to help them. Increase in fuel price, increase in VAT, and increase in electricity bill. I weep for this country. Ben from Port Harcourt. All right, this one says, okay, let's move on. This is not for us. Let's go to the text message portal. This one says, Canada, the worst leaders we have had in this country are as follow: Abacha, Babangida, Buhari, Obasanjo. They are all soldiers without vision. The soldier go and put soldier and their friend government since 1975 is not helping us kings. Yeah, okay. Thank you very much for that one. He says in other countries, governments are trying to rebuild a business in post-COVID-19 era, but APC and PNB are killing the ones that survive. VAT, PMS, electricity all increased. All right. He said in 2015 and 19, Nigerians had opportunity to choose between, all right then. Today we are suffering, he said, next level. Good day, sir. People don't understand the real meaning of APC before they voted them to power, not knowing that APC means, okay, God will help us from their hands, Joe says. Good day, Canada. I'm Honorable Obinaiwe Lechi from Umo Demuchi Akwaiche. Who and who is responsible for the incitement and why? For the incitement, he said, or you meant increment, and why the increment? For me, if they like, let them increase it to any level they want. We'll still buy it. But sorry for anybody that's using this opportunity to export money from people or extort money from people, I believe you meant to say, because whatever we do today, God is seeing us. God help us. And I pray that everybody will invest what him or her planted. Thanks. This one says, good afternoon, presenters. My reaction to this new fuel pump price is that government want the masses to suffer more and more. And I want to tell this government that what they are doing is not good for the people that elected them into offices. Godwin from Oibo. And this one says, I advise Nigerians not to protest against the fuel price hike because for the fact that fuel subsidy has been removed as the price of crude oil goes high, the price of fuel will go high. So Nigerians should prepare and be ready to buy fuel at 250 naira before the end of this year, as COVID-19 is gradually going away, except Nigerians will want the federal government to pay subsidy for fuel again, or, God forbid, they want COVID-19 to remain. Mr. Law. All right, this one says Canada Southeast with their hatred for Buhari. This price increase will make them to eat Buhari raw. Thank God he's not in your studio. Feel from our boy. All right, then. This one says one day. All right, Pastor Osimi. This one says Canada Buhari should pity Nigerians. Christopher Inondim JP from Umoye Eche. Back to the phone lines. I lost that call. Lost that one as well. So let's read some more text messages. Canada Bahrain in 2016 wants reduced fuel price to 40 naira. In 2016, really? Canada Bahrain wants reduced fuel price to 40 naira. When was that? I don't know. I need to get the facts right. This one says, "Good day, Canada. I've read your message before. You journalists are the problem of this country." Somebody says you journalists are gagged. Stephen TZ from Yenagua. All right, then. Back to the phone lines. 95.1fm. What's your name? Where are you calling in from?
Yeah, this is Pastor Zaya George from Buguma and Calabar.
All right, Pastor Zaya, welcome.
Yes, good evening. I greet your colleagues.
All right.
You see, it is very unfortunate that those who say their truth is bitter are not saying the truth. You see, the problem is that Nigeria stood up against the former president as a result of one singular statement he made, that stealing is never corruption. You understand?
Pastor Zaya, I disagree with you. People stood up because of the fuel increment at the time, which saw him reduce it back.
During Abacha's era, see, fuel increment has never been a stagnant thing in this country. It goes up and down. I remember in Abacha's era, you understand, in Abacha's era, it was 11 naira. But people came in, take it up and down until today. It is something we have to see. Not because somebody preach change does not mean that change is that 1 naira will continue to remain valid 1 naira until Jesus Christ comes. Things will go up and down. That is change. Change goes up and down. It's a situation that goes up and down. So when you used to buy fuel 80 naira, 70 naira, even when Jonathan came in, he increased it from what he was left with from his predecessor. He came in and increased it. So if Nigeria can buy a bottle of beer 200 naira and they buy it in their crates, in their number, my brother, are you with me?
I can hear you. Hello? I can hear you. Yeah, I can hear you.
What is 160 or 150? We spend money carelessly in this country that we don't even give account of, and that we are very careless about. It doesn't matter nowadays, not small change. But when it comes to things that matters to national economy, we see people begin to achieve. They have now suddenly arrived at hellfire, or maybe the current government is now the one burning them with much fire. It is not like that. They should take it easy. It's not because you hate somebody or you don't like the face of somebody, or because the governance of this person, I must not like him, whatever he does. Well, it is up to that person, because even myself, I put my choosing in that person. If I don't like your government, I have that prerogative, that right, to against it anytime, any moment. If you are doing that, let it be known that is what you're doing.
We've had your views now.
Yes,
we've got to go. Thank you very much for calling in now. This one says, the PNB administration hypnotized Nigerians that upon all these things, Nigerians are quiet. All right, PNB led demonstrations or a demonstration against GEJ. But today, many like Shoinka Bakari are mute. I believe that's what you meant to say. This one says, Hector, Nigerians are already in an untold hardship. Why increase fuel price to add more hardship? Increasing fuel price is like making things more difficult for people. They always come up with the reasons for the increment of new fuel price. I think it is very wrong. Government should think of making our refineries working effectively. From Hector Christopher. All right, this one says, only yesterday I had 4 different charges from my bank, battling with VAT and many other increases from the next level government, yet fake and fraudulent pastors will come and defend what he doesn't know. Shame, JP. All right. See, Canada, for your message you've sent before. Let's give space for other people. Let's see now. Good afternoon. Please, can our Minister of Petroleum address Nigeria on increase of petrol products? that's change or the change he promises. All right, then one last call and we call it a wrap. 95.1
Hello, Canada.
Yes, good afternoon. What's your name?
Yeah, good afternoon, Prince. Calling you. Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead.
You know, the problem we have here is that River State, I don't know whether it's only APC.
All right.
As I know, it's in River State. I don't know. If it is not only APC, why is it that when something happened in Wike as a governor here, maybe they say they didn't pay salary, you will come to criticize from head to toe. When you come to federal government, at least once in a while, if you are calling yourself whatever you are calling, why can't you say the truth, a simple truth? When you will see beans increase, rice increase, curry increase, all those things are put in, go to our interior, our villages. Any village you are living as far as this river and Nigeria is concerned, is the same market. All of us, you see people go to Aba, people go to, they will take those things to interior villages. And the thing increases every day. Common kerosene. So today we cannot see original kerosene in the filling station. It's fuel fire. Most of the fuel is fuel fire.
All right, then. We've got to go. We've got to go.
This government supposed not see the government of Church of Satan. This is the government.
No. Wrong comments there. We've got to let you go. Wrong comments. Let's be constructive. I always say when we are trying to give our comments on that. But I have to leave the studio. Same with Wealth. It's time for today's Sports Live as Emeka Dena and the sports crew bring you all the juicy reports from the world of sports. Stay tuned to Today 95.1 FM. I'm Kalada signing out now.
Port Harcourt, are you ready? Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
What a goal! Hangs it up for Ronaldo. Oh my God!
Experience the glorious goals rush. The heated verbal jabs and even moments of madness. Experience the sensational swings, strokes and shots. The moments of victory and despair. Experience lights out on a majestic night in Singapore and a whole lot more.
On your premium talk news and sports radio station.
Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. Listen to Sports Attack every weekday from 7:30 a.m. and today's Sports Live after the news update at 3 p.m. Stay tuned on Saturdays and Sundays for a bumper edition of today's Sports Live from 1 to 6 p.m. Experience sports in its entirety on your premium talk news and sports radio station. Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Hello, my name is Kanu Wanko, aka Papilo. For the latest and trending sports stories, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
Here I come with my voice, here to win. It's my choice. You can dream if you believe. Give it all you've got. They are fast, I am faster. They are strong, but I'm stronger. I'm the best, so I pick up my chest. My dream, my speed, and my strength. Give me the power to win. We flying high.
A very good afternoon to you all out there. Welcome to yet another exciting edition of today's Sports Live on your premium news talk and sports radio station. Today, 95.1 FM right here in the Garden City of Port Harcourt. Emeka Dena is my name. The guys are here, the Superman, the one and only Wisdom Obina. He doesn't leave football for snowball. Superman, good afternoon to you. Welcome to the show.
Good afternoon to you, Emeka. Good afternoon to you listening. It's always a pleasure to be here. It's been
I mean, a return of sports globally. We are now seeing the US Open, a lot unfolding in that one, and even across other sports, and also here in Nigeria, even the Nations League games and what have you. It's always a pleasure to be here, Mecca. Good afternoon to you.
All right. I will try. Let me see if I can get it, at least for the first time.
Okay.
Sunday Okwelibe.
Yes, thank you.
Was it correct?
Yeah, that's correct. Oh, but the
pronunciation. All right. He's fondly known as Image of God. It's a Thursday. He's always here on a Thursday. Image of God, good afternoon to you. Welcome to the show.
Good afternoon, Emeka. Good afternoon, Wisdom. And good afternoon to our listeners. It's a good day to talk sport, and I'm excited to be here today.
All right. And of course, on the show this afternoon is packed, I tell you. US Open is on the menu. The top seed in the women's event, talking about Karolina Pliskova. She has been dumped out of the tournament, but no such problem for 2018 winner Naomi Osaka. The likes of Novak Djokovic are also through to the third round of the competition. We'll bring you the latest from that competition. And of course, back home here in the LMC, we understand they have been able to seal a big deal with UK sports marketing firm Red Striker. We'll tell you more about that deal on the show this afternoon. And the Super Eagles of Nigeria will be in action next month. 2 matches for the Super Eagles. They take on former champions of the AFCON, Tunisia and Cote d'Ivoire. Massive fixtures to look forward to over there in Austria. We'll be telling you more about those friendly matches. And of course, we'll go to the transfer market as well on the show this afternoon. What's happening? Lionel Messi and his exit from Barcelona. What's the latest there? You have it covered. The Premier League, the likes of Everton are doing good business, I tell you. Manchester United have finally signed a player, and of course I will tell you about all that plus every other thing you need to know in the transfer market today. All right, the show is very interactive. All you need to do is to be part of the discussion, is to send us your messages via text or WhatsApp. The same number 0701933 9962 07019339962. That's send your messages to that number, either text or WhatsApp messages. On Twitter, we are TodayFM951 at TodayFM951. Copy Wisdom at Wisdom_OB. Wisdom_OB. O for orange, B for banana. Later, we throw the phone lines wide open for you to have your say. Don't go anywhere. She'll be right back after this timeout.
In my dreams, that's my way. I never surrender. Reaching much further, more than any other. Beyond the sky, there's no limits. I'm flying higher now, breaking boundaries in every ground. Never settle for less, always for the best.
All right, let's get the show underway this afternoon, and we'll start from the US Open over there in New York. The second Grand Slam Open postponed, and also had the Wimbledon cancelled outrightly. But of course, we are making do with what we have before us, the US Open, behind closed doors. For the first time in the history of the competition, the tournament is played behind closed doors. And we can report that the women's top seed, Karolina Pliskova, has been dumped out of the competition. She was beaten by French woman Caroline Garcia, who won in 2 sets, right?
Yes.
In 2 sets. And of course, she did beat Pliskova 6-1, 7-6 right there. Superman, let me start with you. Did you see that one coming? Top seed in the women's event is out just in the second round there.
No, I did not. At least not Karolina Pliskova, knowing who she is and her name too in the world of tennis. Well, a former finalist, she has been in New York in the past, and it was actually quite shocking to see her pass out in the second round in Flushing Meadows. But be that as it may, it's a woman, a lady. She lost against a lady too who, on her own day, could actually be very, very troublesome. Albeit that Garcia is not, we want to say, is not the biggest of names, but way back in 2018 when she managed to make it fourth to the rankings, that's the best she has ever been. You know, it's not like she's one of those consistent names around the scene, but maybe it was just her lucky day, Mecca. And it's normal when it comes to female tennis. We get to see some of these things happen, albeit that some of the big names are not present. If not, by this time we should have been mentioning like 3 or 4 names that were shocked out already in the first or second round. rounds. But let's see how it pans out. She now has 28 seed now. The 28th placed player. I'll get her name now. Chichi Bellis also to actually face also.
No. Before Jennifer Brady.
Sorry, who actually took out Bellis. So let's see how it pans out for her, Emeka. Maybe in the third or fourth round too, might actually see more exits for the big names. In female tennis, anything can actually happen.
That's why the other day I said I'm only going for one person. It's up to her to deliver if she likes. Otherwise, any other person can disappoint you when you least expect. And of course, like we pointed out, the reward for beating top seed Karolina Pliskova is a meeting in the third round against Jennifer Brady. That's for and Caroline Garcia. She will be facing Jennifer Brady in the third round. Also in the women's draw, unseeded Russian Vavra Gracheva dumped out a French 30th seed Kristina Landanovic, 1-6, 7-6 love. Naomi Osaka, 2018 champion, also cruised to the third round with a 6-1, 6-2 win over Italy's Kamila Giorgi, while Petra Kvitova overcame Katrina Kozlova over of Ukraine, 7-6, 6-2 straight sets win there for Kvitova right there. And of course we can also let you know that Angelique Kerber, somebody asked about her yesterday. Yes, she's through to the next round. She beat her compatriot Anna Lena Frisam in straight sets 6-3, 7-6. And of course the top is looking very good, save for the exit of the very top seed herself, Karolina Pliskova. No troubles at all for Osaka. Quite an easy win after all the worries before the tournament, the boycott of the semi-finals, the boycott of the finals at some point, and the injury issues. But she's progressing nicely, so far.
Yes, Emeka. Naomi Osaka is a player that we all know to be very good on her day. She can take out anybody. And yesterday was another example of that. She swept aside our opponent.
Kamila Giorgi, yeah.
Yes, there was no problem for her at all yesterday.
Impressive. We look forward to, how she will progress in the competition even further. Having won there in 2018, you expect something bigger from her maybe this time around. Moving on in the men's event, world number one Novak Djokovic overcame an early scare to move into the third round of the US Open yesterday, extending a 2020 winning streak to 25 matches. That's to say he has won 25 straight matches this year. He hasn't been beaten this year in all competitions. Novak Djokovic. He did 42 matches in 2012. Let's see how far he will go. He did overcome Kyle Edmond of the UK 6-7, 6-3, 6-4, 6-2 at the Entourage Stadium. And of course, Djokovic is looking to close the gap on Roger Federer and Rafael Nadal, who have won the 20 and 19 Grand Slams respectively. Djokovic is on 17 Grand Slams. He wins this one, he gets to 18. One behind Nadal and two behind Federer. Do you see him achieving that in this tournament?
See, I'm kind of worried for Djokovic because we all saw the Cincinnati Masters that just ended.
He won it.
He struggled.
Yes, but he won it.
No.
That's
Djokovic for you. He finds a way to win, But I'm seeing him slowing down a bit. I don't know. He played a semi-final against Batista Agut, and he almost lost that match. Batista Agut, I think he had a match point in that game. I can't really remember, but he almost lost that game. And then the same thing happened against Milos Raonic. Milos Raonic took the first set, and then he rallied back to win the remaining two sets. Even in the third set, he was down a break. But Djokovic being Djokovic, he found a way to come back.
Stuff of champions.
Yes, exactly. So I'm worried for him somehow because I think he's slowing down. Maybe it's the injury or whatever reason it is. But I think he's slowing down. I expect to see better Djokovic.
All right. In other results, Alexander Zverev defeated American wildcard Brandon Nakashima in a far from smooth 7-5, 6-7, 6-3, 6-1 win. Belgian 7-seed David Goffin also progressed with a 6-7, 6-4, 1-6, 4-6 win over Lloyd Harris of South Africa. Alexander Zverev, David Goffin, Dominic Thiem, the likes of
Cilic,
Marin Cilic.
Murray struggled.
Yeah, Murray struggled. But I'm talking about guys that can even give Djokovic a run for his money.
No Murray. No Murray.
Tsitsipas.
Yes.
Tsitsipas.
Dominic Thiem.
Dominic Thiem. The Russian, what's his name? Daniel Medvedev. Do you see any of these guys stopping Djokovic from getting an 18th Grand Slam title?
Well, Emeka, it doesn't look that way. Dropping his first set just in this one against Kyle Edmund, and you look at the fact that he still managed to rally round. The set he dropped was 6-7, not like it was that bad. Yeah. So Djokovic is a man who, if he's complete most times, he can get the job done. It's always injuries that has been his own doing in his career. Has never been a question of maybe form and maybe against the right opponent, but you never can tell. We've seen him get to the finals before, especially in ATP tournaments where this younger generation reigns supreme and he finds a way to lose. With the way things are, maybe he could actually give these guys a chance. Dominic Thiem is one name I know for sure that is under that cloud now where people are asking, when are you going to raise your head?
Yeah, Dominic Thiem played in the final. He lost to Nadal last year.
Even of the French Open, and you look at the fact that this man gives it a very good fight, manages to beat one or two of these big names before getting to either the semi-final or final and falls like a pack of cards. Let's see how it pans out, Emeka. I'm expecting a surprise from them, but it doesn't mean that that's how it's going to pan out. Novak Djokovic is on fire. Doesn't look like he said Novak Djokovic is struggling, but I don't see any form of struggles at all. This is the first set this man is dropping, and look at the pattern, look at the way 6-7. It's not like it's 6-1, 6-1.
Yeah.
But ordinarily, there was a tie breaking.
Kyle Edmund is a player. He would take apart, easily before.
It could happen on any day.
And he's looking for energy from the fans, and the fans are
not there.
Yeah.
So this could work against anybody now.
So it means if it could work against anybody, same rain that falls on Obi's roof.
All right, so guys, let's do this before we talk about the new deal from the LMC, the MPFL deal, and what have you. Who wins the men's singles event for you, Superman? No analysis at this stage.
Just one
pick the name.
Yeah. Just one name.
Just one name.
Okay.
There will only be one winner at the end of the day.
Novak Djokovic.
Novak Djokovic. For the ladies. Difficult, right?
I would have to go with Serena Williams.
Williams. Now or never. Serena Williams. Image of God.
Yes, I'm a Dominic Thiem man.
Okay, so you think he will win?
Yes, I think he will take this one.
For the ladies?
Serena Williams.
Serena Williams. Okay, we'll wait and see how it eventually pans out there. Let's talk about the MPFL, because the league management company has signed a 5-year strategic and investment partnership with the Nigerian arm of UK-based sports marketing firm Red Strike Sports to commercialize the Nigeria Professional Football League. The arrangements which the LMC entered into on behalf of the MPFL and all top flight clubs will see the creation of a brand new entity called MPFL Media and Marketing Company, which will be imbued with the commercial rights for the MPFL. Now, under the terms of the agreement, Red Strike will take charge of all commercial activities for MPFL marketing for an initial 5-year period. Both parties may renew the deal for a further 5 years if certain milestones are met, the LMC said in a statement. Now, I'll quote a tweet from the LMC official handle. Yesterday, they tweeted and said, "Done deal. The MPFL through LMC has entered into a strategic and investment partnership with Red Strike Sports to create MPFL Media and Marketing Company to commercialize the MPFL." That's what the tweet read yesterday, and it is not clear how this affects the LMC's deal with Nest TV, with whom it struck a similar arrangement last November. Yes, sir. Now, the deal will see MPFL Marketing create a tailor-made platform called MPFL.tv for streaming live league games to a global audience. Content from the league will also be distributed and broadcasted through other media channels. Fans will be able to access MPFL.tv through Red Strike's Next Gen 360 degrees platform, and Red Strike will also work with MPFL clubs to enhance their commercial prospects through the creation of dedicated club apps, which will be integrated into the MPFL.tv. Superman, I'm sure you don't understand what I just read there. Even me that read it, I didn't understand the details of it. We will need further explanation on this. But it sounds good, right? I don't know. In a situation where we don't have television for now, the Red Strike will, give us live streams of MPFL matches. That's what, at least to the extent that I understand, this deal. There will be live streams of MPFL matches, and they say to come into effect immediately the new season starts.
Well, Emeka, when I saw this one, I told him I saw it's 1 a.m. I just laughed off and went to the next thing I wanted to do because I looked at the deal and what it was meant to bring, and I saw no difference between what me and the OBs that can do technology can do on the street and still put it on the same mpfl.com, and we still get to see those games. I might not know all the details if there's anything coming into the coffers of the NFF, but if it's just to stream games, because that if they're not bringing their cameras here, I didn't hear that part or anything, which is the same problem we've been talking about. So it might be the same thing Van Dresa FC did here, that they might be doing and probably airing it on the platform.
Yeah, Van Dresa came with their
Red Strike
with their cameras.
Good.
Via their Facebook page, they were able to stream.
Emeka, they did not
live,
need that thing they said cost billions, 30 billion to actually stream those games. I think that's something, ordinarily I can do, as I still say, with some tech guys, but be that as it may, maybe they cannot actually think in that direction. So it's a good one, at least, that are thinking of probably putting our games on some platform for us to see.
And they have mentioned the platforms already. The next gen 360 platform. To cover, of course, you can also see it on the mpfl.tv, another website now where you can access these matches. Yeah, exactly. But I'm sure fans who want to log in will also have to pay to stream. Yeah.
I will need to ask one of the NFF guys, officials, or even a Red Strike person, how do you intend to cover those games and put it on live stream? If it is the same thing Van Dresa did,
cameras, yes,
if it is the same thing Van Dresa did, and you don't need one, they said is 30 million, I'll be 30 million to hire that car like stuff that movies,
the Obi van,
the Obi van. So if it is the same thing that, as I still say, that maybe the Wilbros guys, like their cameraman, can go together and still do the same thing, then I don't think we need to celebrate it and put it on national. We have signed a deal, because we can actually do it here and put it on the MPFL's website. And everybody that wants to stream those games could actually go there and see, because it's poor quality. It will be lesser than what is seen on TV.
All right.
I don't know, Mecca, but
well, we need further explanation as far as that deal is concerned. Let's cross over to Lagos. We have on the line the one and only Godwin Enahena. The man that you all know, he doesn't need any introduction. Godwin, good afternoon to you. Welcome to today's Sports Live on Today FM right here in Port Harcourt.
Emeka, good afternoon to everyone. Thank you.
God bless Nigeria.
God bless Nigeria.
All right, Godwin, I'm sure you are aware of the latest deal from the LMC with Red Strike Sports. They say they are commercializing the MPFL. All clubs are involved in this one. They create apps. They do this, do that. At the end of the day, they will stream matches, the MPFL games live on the mpfl.tv, the new platform that they are creating and all that. I don't know. What do you make of this deal? You are very close to the hierarchy at LMC, no doubt about that. So what's your understanding of this new deal?
I've been trying to read and understand exactly what this deal is all about. For some of us who are marketers, there's a difference between a sponsorship and partnership. What I see is partnership, not sponsorship. And they say it is long term.
5 years.
Nothing long term works in Nigeria. That's my worry. Tomorrow, Nico leaves as LMC chairman. The next man that takes over will tell you, forget that deal. He will cancel it and something like that. But bottom line, I say no to anything that has to be streamed. The network is very poor. I don't know of how many Nigerians who want to go and buy data because they want to watch Nigerian football on their phone. You want to watch bad pitching. You want to see referees pitching. You want to see what? Poor display of football artistry. Not really, I don't understand it. But I chatted with Shehu a few minutes ago, and I asked him a very straightforward question. I said, Shehu, please, I need you to explain this deal to me, so that when I'm on the air and my viewer or my listener wants to know, I should be able to explain. But I tell you the truth. For me right now, as I speak, there's nothing. It's same of the same. I don't see. There's nothing to clap for. Maybe at best I clap with one hand.
All right, Godwin. They say the Now, the fans will be able to access the MPFL.tv through Red Strike's Next Gen 360 platform. And Red Strike will also work with the MPFL clubs to enhance their commercial prospects through the creation of dedicated club apps with which that will be integrated into the MPFL.tv and all that. My question is, are the clubs aware of this arrangement? Are they already aware of it? Because it involves their commercial rights as well.
You see, there's a problem. You don't put the cart before the horse. Are you getting what I'm saying?
I don't really understand that one. Throw more light.
The fundamentals have not been dealt with. Ackland have not paid their players and their coaches and whatever for almost 1 year. Nobody is in sunshine. The old sunshine, everybody don't run away. They have not paid. Why are they not paying? Number 3, government is not in the business of making profit. Government is the one providing services, not making profit. So the earlier we understood this, it's better for every one of us. You see, let me say, a few years ago, 2016 precisely, that's 4 years ago, I was one of those who went to the stock exchange. Myself, Shehu Diko, Rabiu, and I think it's Dr. Ayodele, who is one of the directors of the LMC, in Lagos. And I said at that event that this thing will not work. I said, why it will not work is that you cannot go and tell the governor of Rivers State how to run his club. You cannot tell the governor of Enugu State how to run his club. These clubs are seen as what? PR2s or at the CFR. You get what I'm saying? So if you are bringing issues of go and watch football on your... What happened to terrestrial TV? What happened to satellite TV? And again, who is going to produce that quality that Emeka will want to watch for 1 hour? Can you, Emeka, I know you're a die-hard supporter of the league in Nigeria. Can you spend 1 hour to watch the league? And they say to every football game is about 2 hours. Minimum, the normal regulation time. Can you do that? In a country where, poverty is everywhere, you can feel it, you can touch it. In a country where we struggle to buy data, they will advertise on TV that this 200 data will last you 5 hours. When you try to log in, it will be dancing Kokoma. 30 minutes.
All right, Godwin, let's look at under a year, just less than a year ago, a deal was signed between LMC and Nest TV. It was highly celebrated. They said the projection then was $225 million in 5 years. That was what we are supposed to make in 5 years. Now we have something very similar to Nest TV. Does it mean the Nest TV deal is no longer ineffective?
You know what you are trying to do? You are putting Indian head in my pocket and you said it's Africa. You know the answer to the question you are asking?
I don't know, honestly, I don't know. They haven't announced the cancellation of that deal, so I'm just asking for clarification.
Rebecca, on your show, I repeatedly said that. So I said on this show that the Next TV is a joke. That's what I started. I was talking about that journalists should be able to ask questions, pertinent questions. Next TV, we were told that it was projection. In Nigeria, where there's no stability, in Nigeria, where Emeka takes over from me, and Emeka changes everything. It's the norm. But what I'm saying is that if I were the LMC, I would go cap in hand. I would kneel down before Super Sports. I would kneel before Super Sports. And I say, Super Sports, please come back. We are taking back our, all the things we said. And we're going back to our form. Our league needs you right now. Please assist us. Not this issue of radio, what do you call it now? Putting on your phone. We haven't gotten that. Let me say some clarifying. The first thing is to produce content, quality content that you can buy, that you will want to watch. Sometimes, my son watches the league. I mean, foreign league. It's a Barcelona fan, die-hard Barcelona fan. Africa, not Nigeria. What is like eczema. Let's go to better something. In terms of what you're going to use, tell me the attraction. Why would you want to waste your data? You can count how many, Emeka Wani, Emeka Dina, maybe Toby Adepoju and a few others who want to use their phones, but there's still a limit. They won't want to attend to that phone. After a while, they will say, this thing is not working. Please, let us not put the cart before the horse.
Going forward, you have said this over time, just for the sake of repetition, because they say repetition is the law of deep and lasting impression. What's the way forward there?
The way forward is for us to fix Nigeria as a country.
Then every other thing will fall into place.
If everything will not fall, if you fix Nigeria, most of our challenges, you can't have 100%. If we fix this country, it will get to a state and say, okay, this is what we want to do. And somebody stands up to say, oh, we have the check and balance, what do you call it, the power to check and balance whatever you are doing. And the person says, no, we can't do this. This is not what we need right now. What we need right now is to have our game back on TV. Not a joke. And we clapped. And when we clapped, I saw it, as a journalist, I didn't report it. I didn't talk about it. Because if I'm talking about it, I'm going to be misinforming, I'm going to be lying to people who are listening to me or watching. By not telling them the truth, that we are joking. Okay, look, they don't see the press release. Did you see money attached to it?
No. They said they are going to create a development fund there.
Why are we joking?
From where?
To tell Okekoloku to run Rivers United? To tell Boba Yayi how to run Rivers United? To come to MSM and tell MSM how to run the football club? Are you giving me money? I don't understand. What are you saying? Oh, okay, your supporters should start working. The supporters that need support. Every club in Nigeria, including Rivers United, on March day, you practically have to get people to come and watch football.
And they don't come.
You give them you give them jerseys for free, and you have how many 100, 200 people.
It's okay. Off your mic, Godwin. Off your mic, please.
I don't know.
Have a wonderful day. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much.
God bless Nigeria.
God bless Nigeria.
All right. Godwin and a seasoned journalist all the way from Lagos, saying it as it is, and of course, he has aired his thoughts regarding that deal between LMC and Red Strike Sports. Superman, it looks like same old same from what Godwin has explained.
I said that earlier, that we like press conferences and we just blow up on things that ordinarily shouldn't be.
The way they talked about the next TV deal, by now you think somehow they would have hit the ground running.
Competing with
almost 1 year, nothing. The deal has not been activated, nothing. And here we have another deal with Red Strike, promising us to
and from this
stream
side,
live matches and what have you.
From this side, we ask ourselves the same question, just as Godwin said. What is wrong with TV, terrestrial TV? That should be our biggest focus. I don't think it is difficult to tell one administration to just achieve bringing our games that they also took out back on TV. I don't think that's too much of a dream to actually do that. Now we are taking.
But we had Super Sports at some point.
And that's what I'm saying, Emeka.
What happened to that deal?
Whatever made that.
It's a story for another day. It's a story for another day.
And they are not brainstorming, really, Emeka. I'm still believing they are not thinking about it. Maybe to pick up the errors they made. And as Godwin said, you can actually go back to Super Sports and talk things over and find a way to get them back, even if it's at cutthroat point. We just want the games on TV. You don't even need to make too much money from Super Sports. For now, you don't have quality and you want money. Anyway.
All right, we'll be talking about the Super Eagles in a jiffy, but in the meantime, let's make welcome our guests in the building, the champions of Today FM Under 20 Soccer Fiesta, the Wilbros FC side. They are here in the building. Coach Adeyinka Adedoyin is in the building. Coach, good afternoon to you. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Nigeria. Good afternoon, everyone.
Okay, you can take that again. Good afternoon.
I say good afternoon, Nigeria. Good afternoon, everyone in Rivers.
And the secretary of the club is also in the building, right?
Yes. Yeah.
All right. What's the name again?
Prince Phil.
And where is the media officer, the man, the grammarian? Where is he? I'm always unhappy each time you come here without him. All right. Unfortunately, Buma could not make it today.
Yes.
Guys, welcome to the show. We'll be talking to you in a jiffy, but in the meantime, let's cross over to the camp of the Super Eagles.
Super Eagles, no You are waiting by the grace of God. You shall win, you shall win, you shall win.
All right, the Super Eagles of Nigeria will head to Austria in October for 2 high-profile international friendly matches. Gernot Rohr's side will face Cote d'Ivoire and Tunisia in friendly games in Austria next month. Now, this was confirmed by the president of the Nigeria Football Federation, Amaju Pinnick, in a tweet yesterday. 3-time African champions Nigeria will take on Cote d'Ivoire on October 9, and of course, they will also square up with Tunisia 4 days later at the same venue in Austria. Pinnick during the tweeted, and I quote, he said, due to the COVID-19 protocols presently in place and the proximity of the bulk of our team as well, Austria was seen as an ideal venue. He added, all costs will be borne by the football federations of both Nigeria and Cote d'Ivoire as well as Tunisia. Gernot Rohr's men will not who have not played any game in almost a year since they beat Lesotho 4-2 in an Africa Cup of Nations qualifier in November. Of course, I will be in action against Tunisia and Cote d'Ivoire next month. Pinnick also talked about the on-field position of the technical director, appointment of coaches for the female team, the Super Falcons. He said, with regards to a coach for the Super Falcons, Africa's biggest female football team, Philips Consulting, in charge of the recruitment process, are putting the finishing touches to it, and a coach will be announced soon. This also applies to coaches for the different cadres of our national teams. That's according to Amaju Pinnick right there. Superman, 2 high-profile friendly matches. Take nothing away from Tunisia. We beat them 1-0 in the third place match last year at Egypt. That's talking about the Africa Cup of Nations. Cote d'Ivoire, seasoned campaigners, 2-time winners of the competition, 92 and 2015, but you say that was under the golden generation and what have you. What do you make of those 2 friendly matches against Cote d'Ivoire and Tunisia?
Among the top 5 sides in Africa, one West African neighbor, one from the north. I think it's a brilliant brilliant set of games from the African continent. I would say it's kudos to the NFF who actually found a way to actually put this one together. Cote d'Ivoire is one of the best sides in Africa, and for me, Wisdom, the best side when it comes to talents that are abroad. They have a lot of names that are doing well across different places. Different names.
You know them now.
If you go into their list, you pick different names. The only country I feel that might rival them is Senegal. Not even our own Nigeria in terms of quality leagues, quality clubs too that they play for. So Emeka, I think it's a good one for Tunisia. We also know what they can do here on the African continent. Their teams do well in the Champions League, and they pick 1 or 2 of these players too who are part of the national team. So you might not even measure them in terms of players playing abroad, but even when it comes to players playing abroad, they have some decent names too, Emeka. So it's a good one and a good test for our Super Eagles. I was also asking myself, which teams are we going to play going forward? And if you actually have these 2 tests, I think it's a good one. The last time they organized Brazil, they organized Ukraine at some point last year. I mean, now you're doing Africa and you're doing the best in Africa. I think it's a good one. When they do good things too, we say it's good. So I think Cote d'Ivoire and Tunisia are 2 good friendlies, if you ask me.
All right, let's talk about the other matter. The Super Falcons are without a coach. Some serious countries in women football are playing friendly matches, in the forthcoming windows as well. The Germanys of this world, England, and what have you. They're playing friendly matches, but nothing for the Super Falcons since they were eliminated from the Olympics much earlier this year. What do you make of the fact that they are still looking for a coach? It's always a situation. After the 2016, AFCON in Cameroon, they went almost 2 years without a coach and without even kicking the ball. Now they are still searching for a coach since the exit of Thomas Deneby, and of course interim manager at some point. Chris Danjuma was in charge of the side. They are still searching for a coach.
Well, Emeka, the NFF president just said they are putting finishing touches to whatever process they are having right now. But the thing is, that was not the first time we are hearing such things. We've heard it like 2-3 times before, and I really hope that this time they really meant every word of it, and we hope to see a coach soon, because we can remember what this cost us. It made us not to qualify for the Olympics because the coach left, and then we had to just bring up somebody to gather these girls together, and it cost us a lot. So I'm really hoping that in the next few days we get a not just a coach now, a very good coach, that will give us exactly what we need now.
All right, we'll wait and see how that one eventually pans out. Before we go to Europe, let's bring in the Wee Bros guys in the building. Coach, are they doing the last several promises to the team, right?
Yes, sir.
And we hear they have started fulfilling some of those promises already.
Yes.
So tell us about the promises and the ones that have been fulfilled.
Yeah, I want to thank the honorable commissioners and everybody in the sports ministry. They sent us a letter earlier today or yesterday by confirming the pitch, the training pitch we asked for. And we are
he requested to have access to one of the pitches owned by the state government. Which of them in particular?
Dr. Amesimaka.
Okay, so you is it the training pitch or the main
training pitch? The training pitch.
So you want to use that as your training ground or your home ground?
No, training ground.
Okay.
Yes, and we are looking forward for other one too, like the bus and other things.
Okay, the promised bus.
Yes,
I'm sure they gave you money the day you went there. He announced that one.
No. He announced, but we have not gotten it.
Okay, you haven't gotten the 500k.
Yeah, it's on the process.
Okay,
we believe and we know the honorable commissioner is going to deliver on his words.
And the secretary is here. There was also the promise of a partnership between Rivers United and Wilbros FC. So what's the latest on that one?
Okay, just as Kodade just spoke, we believe the Honorable Commissioner of Sports is a man of his word. When we got the approval for the stadium, that shows that he doesn't just speak words, he makes them happen. And so we are looking forward to that partnership. And at recent time, we are looking forward to having a friendly with them to be able to razzmatize, have a good working relationship with them. It will also give our players the platform to
showcase their talents. Exactly.
Yes.
I mean, you never can tell. One impressive player there or two or three might catch the eye of Eguma, who will eventually want to bring them into the main team as it were.
Yes.
So, I mean, going forward, what sort of relationship do you intend to have with Rivers United or even the sports ministry in general?
I want to have like the technical crew of Rivers United.
Okay.
I believe we will sign an MOU with them, so we can visit them for tactics and techniques matters.
Oh, that's wonderful.
You understand?
That's wonderful.
So they can. Eguma is a well-known and everybody
experienced coach in this part of the world.
We can gain from his experience.
No doubt about that. That would be very brilliant. And how about the team, the players themselves? I mean, any plans of maybe once in a while interfacing with
we are begging and praying for NFF and everybody. They should just allow play football. In fact, we are hungry and thirsty
for the game.
Please. In fact, our team that are going to CAF, we just don't know. I saw the date, or was it October 22?
No, November for the start of the year. Registration ends on the October 20th. But the competition starts on the 22nd of November.
No training at all.
No training.
Never talk of preparing for the competition, friendly matches and all the rest. If they just go there.
Meanwhile, South Africa, they are playing football.
They are already.
Egypt,
they are ready. Please.
Tunisia, they are playing football.
Let's just do something about this thing, please, because boys are hungry, and some players are supposed to travel outside Nigeria.
Yeah, but no visas and
nothing.
No international flights as at last week. It wasn't even ready. Yeah.
So please, we need to. They just have to do something as early as possible.
But they're also doing it to prevent the COVID-19.
My brother,
life is better than this.
Our market is bubbling. The market is bubbling. My mother is there. Their mother is there. The footballers, their own mother is there. Coming back home to meet the same footballers. So if we play about this, when you are healthy, if you have the corona, as they said, if you have it now, but when you do some running back, running front, at least the thing will. So please.
Is that your impression of coronavirus? And we hope in due time, football will resume in this country. Personally, I'm missing the league too. We talk about the league so much. We follow the league here, and over 5 months now, no league action in the country. We are also feeling it, no doubt about that. But we have to work with the authorities. When they give the go ahead, then we can start. Secretary, you have something else to say before we move on?
But first more point from Coach Ade, as a saying that said, what doing is what doing well.
Yes.
And we're planning to start up activities, and there are no time to shake off some.
Exactly.
Within this period of time, a lot of weight have been built.
No doubt.
A lot of players and fatigue.
Yeah, even though they go to warm up, but it's not the same like when you are training normally and playing matches.
Yeah, so exactly. it will be a good thing for at least let there be some time for the boys to have, because you can't give your best when you don't prepare for the best.
That's true.
Yeah,
that's
so
true.
That's
You're right.
Yeah.
You're right. Okay, in due time, we hope all that will happen. Football will eventually come back here in Nigeria. He's back already in other parts of the world.
Emeka, please, I was into your show one day. Somebody called him, was asking Wibro's number. Was like, how do we?
Okay,
so please let me just add the number again. Please, the number is 080 35 400 656. 080 35 400 656. Please call that number and we'll.
All right. So personally, I recommend Wibros to you guys out there, young footballers. From age 12 and up and what have you. They have a very wonderful platform. They have well-designed programs to bring you guys on board, and you can see the lane they are going. They are partnering with Rivers United and the Rivers State Sports Ministry so that they can even do better going forward. Let's talk about transfers. Superman, quickly. Lionel Messi's father was in Spain yesterday, in Barcelona precisely. He met with the president of Barca, Josep Maria Bartomeu, to discuss the future of his son. We understand that nothing was agreed there, but he told them his son would like to move on.
Well, reports, Emeka, even this afternoon, Sky videoed him driving out of his room, and everybody, all the cameras were around waiting. Is he going to still continue talks with Bartomeu? But the feelings we have is that Bartomeu is begging Lionel Messi to actually stay on in Barcelona.
There's a 2-year contract on the table for him.
Yeah, they're actually begging him to stay. And let's make this clear, it's not about the money for Messi. Him leaving Barcelona has nothing to do with how much he earns. It's about the highest paid player on planet Earth. Then also, some quarters believe that Barcelona would settle for even 100 million euros, but just give us something. Don't just take him for, let's not just go, let's not just lose him for free. So it won't look like our counterparts Real Madrid, where even wiser are cashing in on Cristiano Ronaldo than we who have a 6-time world best player of the year. So that's where we are now. For Lionel Messi, it's actually a very painful time.
So what do you see happening at the end of the day?
I think he will move. If Messi goes back to play for Barcelona again, his quality and everything, believe in him, everything will be gone. Honestly, I don't believe the man has more than 1 Champions League and 2 Premier League titles to win in his life. In terms of the top 3 leagues in Europe. So I think it's better he goes elsewhere and sees what he can do. It's not forthcoming. The Champions League success is not forthcoming in Barcelona. No. I think the Barcelona
and that's one of the problems he has with the management. They are not strengthening the team to be competitive enough.
No, Emeka, they are strengthening. But the question is, the coaches they are bringing in, are they actually getting the right players that they would want to manage enough to get them to success or get them towards success? They brought in Dembele. That's a whole lot of money.
Injury
is a whole lot of money. Emeka, look at the names. They brought in Arthur. They brought in different players that you can say are quality at any standard anywhere in the world, but they've not gotten the result. At this point, Emeka, they need to start rebuilding totally. Luis Suarez, as we know, is already gone. Luis Suarez has agreed terms with Juventus to join them.
Rakitic has left.
Rakitic is already gone to Sevilla. Exactly, Emeka. So it tells you that the Barcelona side,
Arturo Vidal is likely to leave.
The players are beginning to understand the writings on the wall, and it's obvious if they want to rebuild Emeka, the same way they let Ronaldinho go. Ronaldinho was at his peak. He was not down or poor. So they should allow the man Messi leave.
All right. Image of God.
Yes.
Is Man City the most likely destination for Lionel Messi? Because that's what the media is reporting.
Yes, at this point, I don't think there's any question to that. We heard the other day that he had a meeting with Guardiola over 3 hours that they talked. So I think that's the most likely destination for Lionel Messi right now. And I think the meeting it's not really about him staying. Because the presidential candidate for Barcelona presidential candidate, I've forgotten
Victor Font?
Yeah, Font, exactly. He said it's too late for Messi to stay now. It's too late to try to convince him.
That they just have to manage the situation such that there will still be a smooth relationship between the two parties.
They're trying to focus on life without Messi. So at this point, I think it's leaving, and Man City seems like the most likely destination.
All right. For Barcelona, we understand that Jorginho Wijnaldum, the Liverpool man, could be on his way to Barcelona. It's part of the rebuilding process, if you want. Manchester United have completed the signing of Donny van de Beek from Ajax on a 5-year deal, worth about £39 million. Superman, who is this man and what is he bringing to the Manchester United midfield?
Something none of their current midfielders gave them last season. Combined goals and assists is more than Fred, Pogba, and and Bruno Fernandes. Bruno Fernandes, the only man close to him with 15. But clearly, Emeka, look at the price, £39 million or thereabout, around that figure.
Is that a giveaway?
Emeka, that's fair.
Real Madrid wanted this man before the coronavirus.
Exactly, Emeka.
Break,
and the man was even saying after he's made that deal that he thought after Real Madrid came and they would not, that his life was over. Maybe he would stay with Ajax for the rest of his life since Real Madrid were no longer interested. Emeka, I think it's a fine deal for Manchester United. But the question is this the man they need? Let's not forget Bruno Fernandes and Paul Pogba were rated as one of the best midfield partnerships after COVID-19. United have a bigger problem, Emeka, and it's up front. They don't have a proper number 9. Igalo is not respected. So they need a proper striker. Jadon Sancho, they've been chasing all their lives. What are they going to do at the end of the day if they don't get Jadon Sancho and if they don't actually solve what I feel is their real problem, the attack and the defense?
All right, let's move on and let you know that Napoli president Aurelio De Laurentiis has said that star duo Kalidou Koulibaly, the defender from Senegal, and Akadus Milik are on their way out of the club. Koulibaly has been strongly linked with a move to Manchester City, while Milik appears close to joining either Juventus or Roma. What's the most likely destination for these two guys? Manchester United, Chelsea. For Koulibaly now, United, City and Chelsea have been linked with Koulibaly. Do you see him joining the Premier League, any of these Premier League clubs?
Yes, actually, I think 3 days ago there was a news that came out that he actually he agreed a deal with Man City. Yes, they've already agreed a deal. So I think they are working on the agreement between the clubs now. Because personally, he has agreed the terms with Man City. So they are looking for.
It should have been the club first agree before I think. But of course, for the club president to say this man is already out of the club, then it means that wouldn't be any problem going forward.
Yes.
All right. Elsewhere, Inter Milan are nearing a deal for Juventus forward Gonzalo Higuain. That's according to ESPN.
Inter
Miami. Sorry, not Inter Milan. Inter Miami, the club owned by David Beckham. Okay, 32 years old. Higuain could be on his way to the Major League Soccer, right?
Yes, Emeka, it might be a good deal for Inter Miami, but I don't know for Gonzalo Higuain. But if the money is good enough at 32, you don't have too many years ahead. But I think he can actually stay in Italy for 1 or 2 more years before making that move across the ridge to Inter Miami. But it will be a good one for David Beckham and his team.
All right, to Everton, because they have been very busy in the last couple of days. Adelaide Correa of Watford in. We also have Alan from Napoli in as well, and James Rodriguez from Real Madrid joining the Toffees Everton. 3 solid players coming in, almost in the space of 24 hours.
Yes, I think those are good additions for the Everton side. Ancelotti worked with Rodriguez at Madrid or something.
Yeah, and even Bayern Munich as well.
Yeah, Rodriguez had been there.
He also worked with Alan at Napoli. Yeah,
exactly. So he's trying to bring this player that he knows that he can, he knows
them very well.
Yes,
their best. They can play under him.
So I think it's a good addition for Everton side.
All right, finally, Liverpool. They have been always mentioned with linking them to Thiago Alcantara of Bayern Munich. Superman, what's the latest on that one? Thiago Alcantara to Liverpool.
Well, still dreams.
Because Bayern Munich say their coach has confirmed that the man is most likely going to leave.
Mega, it's still dreams that wait to see how it will be fulfilled. Thiago Alcantara, he has been touted now to join different people. It's no longer Liverpool only now, and anything could happen. Liverpool, they do not look like they're willing to bring in too many names in this transfer market.
All right, it's time to go to the phone lines to hear from you guys on the show this afternoon. 0817 000951 0817 000951, or you reach us on the other number 0810 9510 951. From US Open, we talked about the deal between LMC and the company known as Red Strike Sports. Of course, where league matches will be streamed starting from next season. We did talk about the Super Eagles friendlies against Cote d'Ivoire and Tunisia next month. And of course, the transfer market. The Norway Bros guys are also here as well. We did talk about the transfer market quite a lot. So feel free to share your thoughts with us. Let's hear from you. Hello.
Hello.
Good afternoon to you. Welcome to Today's Sports Live.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Melody. I'm calling from Port Harcourt.
Good to have you on the show. Melody, talk to us.
Please, I'm on the opinion on the same side with your guest speaker about Messi. The guy has tried. He has tried building our club. He has tried even trophies. He even do more to back out than Argentina. So let the board just allow him go. Let them allow him
go for free.
Yeah, let him go for free.
All right, he has ended it. Thank you so much.
The argument, if you don't have any problem, the argument is just your contract ends at the end of the season. At every end of the season, you're free to go. But because of the COVID,
we understand the situation. It's logical that the season actually ended late this time around.
Yeah, so if the season ended, and that is to show that he loved the club. He was persuaded he's kind of trying to help the club win at least a trophy. So the team couldn't work out. So it's not his fault. Let them like. Messi will be a very good player to Man City.
All right, thank you so much. We have another call on the line. Hello. Good afternoon to you, Simon from Rumo Dumaya. Let's hear you.
I greet you.
I just want to talk about the NFF, the friendly match they are organized. But they are trying to. They have already arranged the friendly.
Yes, next month they play Cote d'Ivoire and Tunisia in 2 friendly matches out there in Austria.
For them, this is one of the two of the best teams in Africa.
All right, thank you so much. Let's leave it there. You have made your point. Let's go to another caller. Hello.
Hello, good evening.
A very good afternoon to you. Welcome to today's Sports Live.
Engineer Victor from Rumolumini.
Let's hear you, Engineer Victor. Make it snappy.
You not tell us anything about Arsenal transfer now.
Nothing's bigger on Arsenal. If we get, we'll tell you.
About next year, I will advise you should go. Let him go because he cannot be playing for one club over.
All right, thank you so much. Messi should go. However, the one and only Cyril Doomwite on the line, veteran sports journalist here in Port Harcourt. Cyril, good afternoon to you. Welcome to today's Sports Live.
Emeka, good afternoon and nice to hear on a day when I seem to not understand what the rest strike deal.
Neither do I.
I just called to let our listeners and know that not a workable deal. It will not work here in Nigeria. We will not come to the age where we have a good network that you can stream. Streaming here in Nigeria is not smooth. So coming to say you want to stream watching football games, we are not patient. And football is not a game where you really done. You want to get all of it in a flash. So I'm very sure this deal will not work, and there will be no explanation, no details coming from the LMC because I think this is meant not to work.
We'll wait and see. Thank you so much, Cyril.
Thank you.
All right, let's go back to the phone line. Hello.
Good evening.
Good afternoon to you. Afternoon is different from evening now.
More. Liverpool touchline.
Good to have you on the show. More. Let's hear you.
Yes, we don't need that player. We don't need of that player.
Okay, Thiago Alcantara.
If you look at what we play with Arsenal, nothing come out there. So we don't need of that player.
Which player are you talking about? Thiago Alcantara, right? From Bayern Munich.
It's not part of the discussion. Let them go and buy the player.
Okay. Thank you so much. Hello.
Hello.
Good afternoon to you. Today's Sports Live.
Jerry from PH.
Jerry, good to have you on the show.
I want to talk about the deal with Red
Strike.
Yeah, Red Strike. Now, we're not certain of when the MPFL is going to start.
Anytime that it starts, tentatively we are looking at October.
Okay. That's not a problem, but I think it's a good one if at all they have a plan of restarting the league. So it's a thumbs up for them. But one thing really I know is not really relevant in this show, but I just want to make it because we had this player moving from this club to this club in the MPFL without knowing the fee that are involved.
No, they don't usually disclose the fees in Nigeria. They don't usually disclose the fees in Nigeria. Sorry about that. Superman, let's go to the text message portal. Lots of messages coming through.
Text from Apani says Messi is heading to Man United market. Good day, Emeka. LMC signing contract that will enable streaming of MPFL matches is not bad, but they should remember that our pitches are very poor, empty seats and poor officiating. Please, Barcelona should let Messi go. Donny van de Beek is a good signing, but Man United need to get a top striker and a central defender. Lorenzo Delange from Eche. Okay, this one says Messi is I won't use that word. He retired from country football when he failed to win the Copa America. Now after 8-2, he's running from Barcelona. Solomon from Rumapo. And from our text message portal, this one says, hi, greetings to you on the studio. Austin from Morgan. Chelsea update, please. I'm sure you got something close to that. Good afternoon, Emeka Denat. Manchester United signing of Donny van der Beek is the name. He's a very good development. Manchester midfield is now solid with combination of Paul Pogba, Bruno Fernandes, or Sadebe texting from Port Harcourt. So I'll use my data just to watch Niger League. I demand, and we know get stable network here. In Niger, there is nothing like long-term contract, and you can't have Venap, ZH, Pulisic, Havertz, Tammy, Mount, Cho, and Giroud, and not shame your enemies. Okay. And I invite these people again next year. They'll tell you that the promise has never been fulfilled.
We hope it's not so.
Good day, guys. Please, there are rumors going around that about Imba winning the Champions League with borrowed players from Niger League. I don't get it. The only player I know was on loan then was Yaro from Kano Pillars. Another players were bona fide Imba players.
They came in from Iwanyamu at some point, but Imba eventually signed him fully.
Messi is afraid of more disgrace to come. Run now or get more. Morgan, this one says, good day, Emeka. LMC signing contract that would enable streaming of MPFL matches live is not bad. But you remember, okay, I think he repeated the same thing he sent on.
All right, let's hear from this caller before we leave the studio. Hello.
Hello.
Good afternoon to you. You are the last caller on the show. Make it snappy.
I'm Richard. I'm from Elele.
Okay, Richard from Elele. Let's hear you.
I want to know if this man Kante is still with Chelsea.
Kante is still with Chelsea. He hasn't left Chelsea yet, even though there are reports linking him elsewhere to Juventus and some other clubs. But in the meantime, he's still with Chelsea. Thank you so much for your thoughts. Many thanks to the Weybros team, Coach Adedoyin, and the secretary of the side, the name again?
Prince Will.
And of course, Image of God, and not forgetting our own Superman. Emeka Dena is my name. I will be back same time tomorrow for today's Sports Live. In the meantime, 7:30 a.m. Sports Attack will come your way. Do well to join us for that one. And of course, until then, have yourselves a wonderful evening out there and keep it locked on this dial. Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people. Kalada is here for the news.
Yo, listen, losing was never an option. I've always been destined to win. Yo, my speed and stability, all my ability came from within. As long as I see my potential, there's no limit to what I'll achieve. Yo, give it up for the master.
Every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM. Port Harcourt. News update.
Good evening. Here is the news update at 4 on Today 95.1 FM. I am Kala Dakarubatibo. The Speaker of Nigeria's House of Representatives, Femi Gbajabiamila, has called on the Ghanaian authorities to revisit the component of the law that requires a capital base of $1 million for businesses owned by foreigners, saying, as Africans, Ghana should encourage brotherliness. Gbajabiamila made the call during his bilateral meeting with Ghanaian lawmakers and some top government officials as part of his ongoing legislative diplomacy in Accra to resolve the face-off between both countries. The Speaker advocated for an amicable settlement of trade disputes through arbitration and fair judicial processes. He noted that by virtue of being ECOWAS member countries, Ghana, Nigeria, and their citizens should be able to live, work, and thrive in both countries without any form of hindrance or discrimination. But the Ghanaian Minister of Trade and Industry, Alan Kiere Mateng, explained that the incidents that occurred where some shops were locked up must have risen out of situations where there were clear abuses of the application of the country's laws, just as he assured that those operating lawfully would not be disturbed. The Nigeria Governors Forum has resolved to implement tax relief programs for businesses and taxpayers across the 36 states of the Federation in order to ease the current financial hardship. The governors pledged to work with the various state internal revenue services to ensure seamless implementation of the plan. The decision of the governors is contained in a communique signed by the chairman of the NGF, Kayode Fahimi, at the end of the 16th teleconference meeting of the forum. Former chairman of the Pension Reform Tax Team, Abdul Rashid Maina, has asked the Minister of Justice and Attorney General of the Federation, Abubakar Malami, to review the criminal charges against him. In a letter addressed to the Minister of Justice, Maina, through his counsel, Edwin Inegedu, described this prosecution as a witch hunt by the FCC. He alleged that his prosecution was orchestrated by the suspended acting chairman of the EFCC, Brian Magu. The Federal Civil Service Commission had dismissed Minor in 2013 for absconding from duty following a recommendation by the Office of the Head of Service. Minor was accused of being involved in pension fraud running into over 100 billion naira. Reactions have continued to trail the call for full deregulation of the petroleum downstream sector in Nigeria. The call was re-echoed after a recent increase in the price of fuel by the Petroleum Pricing Marketing Company. But in an interview with our correspondent Chinedu Iwuna, the National Treasurer of the National Union of Petroleum and Natural Gas Workers of Nigeria, Alex Agamwa, said deregulating the downstream sector cannot work as long as Nigeria continues to buy the same product it produces.
We have not been in support of the regulation whereby we begin to buy what we produce. The regulation we support is that we produce and provide also the service, the product for our people. The references are there, make them work, make them effective, build new ones. If we have this product here, all these things, all these determining the price by per good of oil will not be there because we determine our own market. We determine how we sell because we produce, we will sell. It is what to say to the international market we buy. We determine how we do our own in the country here. We know how we run our economy because we produce and sell little. They bring the refined one and we buy expensive. The regulation cannot work based on that. It cannot work. You cannot regulate a market you are not in control of.
The Labour leader also decried continued increase in prices of basic commodities in Nigeria, saying it calls for concerns. On the foreign scene, Secretary of State Mike Pompeo has announced sanctions against two International Criminal Court ICC officials. Reports say this is Donald Trump's administration's most aggressive move yet to try to deter an ICC investigation into possible war crimes by U.S. military and intelligence officials. The top U.S. diplomat said he was designating ICC Chief Prosecutor Fatou Bensouda and the ICC's head of jurisdiction, complementary and cooperation division, Fakiso Mucho Choko, for having materially assisted Prosecutor Bensouda. Pompeo further warned that individuals and entities that continue to materially support those individuals risk exposure to sanctions as well. Additionally, the State Department has restricted the issuance of visas for certain individuals involved in the ICC's efforts to investigate U.S. personnel. The move was swiftly condemned by the International Tribunal, human rights organizations, and the Foreign Minister of the Netherlands, where the ICC is based. The development is happening months after the ICC authorized a probe into alleged war crimes committed in Afghanistan by U.S. and crimes against humanity committed by the Taliban. And that was the news update at 4 on Today 95.1 FM. Do not forget, do take responsibility. Wash your hands regularly with soap and running water. Always have with you at all times alcohol-based hand sanitizers. Avoid touching your face and eye contact surfaces to prevent the spread of coronavirus. If you can, work from home. Otherwise, observe social distancing because COVID-19 is real, but then it is not a death sentence. Stay tuned, stay safe. Good evening. I am Kala Dakarubatsabor. Stay tuned. The Platform Radio is up next.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
It all begins with breaking news.
Now make no mistake, this is a difficult mission, and it will remain difficult for some time.
Then it keeps trending. Events, issues, personalities, all struggling to gain attention. But in the race for deadlines, the intrigues, power play, undercurrents are often missed or underreported.
Insecurity here is basically a product of poverty.
But not anymore. As the Platform on Radio steps in to fill the missing links on events, issues, and personalities in the news.
I'm not afraid of anybody. Yeah!
The Platform on Radio serves only the hottest topics and trending issues. Only on Today 95.1 FM.
95.1 FM.
Port Harcourt every weekday at 4 p.m. Get on the Platform on Radio and be served.
Priority of every government is workers' welfare. It is too odd that a situation whereby workers, pensioner gratuity are not paid, and judges who are high salary earners, government is building houses for them. I think it's uncalled for. In the ministry today, there are a lot of vacancies.
That number one, their promotion is not coming. Secondly, that the minimum wage.
The man should also do same to permanent secretary, do same to civil servant, should promote them. Civil servant, as far as I'm concerned, they have not, that is, if you are not doing judge's quarter, you leave the civil servant, the mainstream. Tell me, if it is you, will you be happy, will not be happy? Them, the directors, they don't have car. So in general view, whatever thing is doing to justice, the judiciary, you should also do same to the other sectors.
There you heard respondents speaking on the need for Governor Wike to replicate his actions in the judiciary to other sectors. Time is 9 minutes gone past the hour, and you are officially welcome to another edition of the Platform Radio on your premium talk radio station, Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. I am Canada, and I like to think of myself as the man of the people. Right about now, we will be looking at setting trending news reports and making the rounds. As you already know, the Platform Radio is that program where you and I come together, look at those trending issues. But, this time around, we look at it alongside correspondent reports, because our correspondents are out there every day sourcing reports from the field. And on this program, yes, the Platform Radio, we get to know where the events are happening, how the events are happening, and why the events are happening. And we get all the details and talk from a point of complete knowledge. On the menu today, stakeholders express fear over potential case of food crisis in Nigeria caused by flooding. Nigeria Police Force reveals plan to carry out raids and arrest identified persons capable of causing violence in Edo State. And national leadership of NLC threatens showdown with Rivers State government next week. Interesting. But then again, we also have representatives of Petroleum Products Retail Outlet Owners Association of Nigeria, Rivers State chapter, who should have joined us on the show by 2. We will also have them on the Platform Radio this evening. You stay tuned as we kickstart conversations. All right, welcome back. Remember, you're tuned to the Platform Radio on Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people. And as advertised earlier, and as we talked about, and we discussed, there's been some level of grievance, so to say, by the Nigerian populace towards the increment in fuel price. And some few months ago, we saw where the government, through the Ministry of Petroleum, the Minister of State for Petroleum came out and said, see, we're removing the cap on, the pricing of PMS. And the PPRA came out and said, see, we will only supervise. We cannot peg prices anymore, that it has to do with the marketers. And, the argument then was this is some subtle way of what's the word now, of removing subsidy. Yes, of removing subsidy and allowing the market forces to actually take control. And a lot of people said, is it the right time? I was one of the people who asked the question, is it the right time? Should we be seeing this in a time where COVID-19 is plaguing economies? And, there were talks of the fact that, we want to try to build our refineries. We want to see how we can stop importation. Well, we're going to understand all the challenges right about now, as I have Sir Francis Dingpa JP, who is the Executive State Chairman of the River State Chapter of Petroleum Product Retail Outlet Owners Association of Nigeria. Welcome.
Thank you very much.
And we also have the PRO.
Yeah, Mr. Kano Addison is my name.
Mr. Kano Addison, welcome. So
Thank you.
What really is the challenge? Because now the question is, who is responsible for the increment? Is it the government? Is it the marketers? Because we're confused. One time the cap is being removed by the government and it's a free market. Another time we've seen the PPRA, bring out, what the price should be. Another time we're seeing the PPMC. Which is it now? We're confused.
First of all, thank you for the privilege to address Rivers people once again on your station.
All right.
I commend you. Your station is very wonderful.
All right.
The issue is who was setting the prices before. The federal government was setting the prices before. Whether you say PPPRA or you say PPMC or an MPC, it's the federal government.
Yeah, true.
So before there was regulation, fuel prices were properly regulated with subsidy paid. And eventually federal government started out in the issue of deregulating.
All right.
And we, the Petroleum Product Retail Outlet Owners Association of Nigeria, Petron, supported the issue of deregulation with a proviso that, yes, the regulation is good so that the market forces will determine the prices of petrol or petroleum products.
Yeah.
But if you want to deregulate, certain variables, certain parameters have to be considered. And the greatest of it all is functional refineries.
All right.
So federal government should do something to fix the refineries and do this and do that. But those things are yet to be done. And it appears they're deregulating. And if you're deregulating, you deregulate, and the people will know that you have deregulated.
All right.
So international market forces, local market forces, and every other market forces will now determine the price.
All right.
But it doesn't appear that that is what we are seeing.
There was a certain time when, the NNPC was the sole importer of refined products, right? And then there was a time when they allowed, correct me if I'm wrong, when they allowed, other people to join in the importation.
All right.
Who is still or is it still everybody can import, or is it just the NNPC? Who is importing refined produce into Nigeria?
I think now it's the federal government that does the sole importation.
But there was a time when they allowed.
There was a time major marketers were allowed to import. Yes, but for now, I think the federal government is solely responsible for PMSM importation to the country.
All right.
And when they get this stuff into the country, they now allocate to the various marketers.
All right.
Yes, according to their quota. Yeah, they have a standard parameter of allocation. So that's it.
So then, if the federal government is the one importing, then how come the federal government is saying they are not the ones who is supposed to, put the pricing of refined or pump, the pump price? I don't get it now. I'm confused.
That's the problem we're having. Is the partial deregulation. Federal government is deliberately, trying to hands off the pump price of petrol, of PMS especially, because that's the only product that hasn't been fully deregulated. Other products have been deregulated. AGO has long been deregulated.
All right.
It's just PMS. What they do is they fix the ex-depot price. And when they fix the ex-depot price, it's now left for the forces of demand and supply, the market forces, to take care of the pump price. And that's what is currently being obtained.
All right. Now let's look at it from the pricing now. When they fix the ex-depot price, we now see filling stations increase the pump price, right?
Yeah.
So ex-depot price is between 147 and 151, right? Some
Right now it's between 147 and 151.
Yeah.
That's what it is at us now. But the fact is that what was it before? The difference between what it was before yesterday and what it is today is about 11 naira, 11, 12 naira.
Yeah, I calculated.
So now what they do is that when they fix the ex-depot price, normally when there was regulation, when they fix price, they provide a margin. Within that margin, it accommodates the retailers both from the point of haulage to the point of dispensing, maybe with a little profit on it. It accommodates them. So since June, what they will do is that they will fix ex-depot price. They will not fix selling price.
So
marketers
is it the government trying to shift? So if Nigerians complain, it will be
Nigerians now start calling filling station owners and fuel marketers as the ones increasing price, but it's not. It's government that actually sets the ex-depot price, because it is the ex-depot price that will determine the actual pump selling price.
Indirectly, the government is still the one.
That is why my colleague says partial deregulation.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, and the difference between the pump price as it used to be and the selling price and the pump price and the ex-depot price, that difference is still the same difference today.
All right.
It's still the same difference.
All right.
So that's why, assuming it's 11 naira, it was 11 naira then.
The difference, that is?
They're assuming 11 naira then. They fix a new, now they fixed a new ex-depot price to 147 point whatever now. Then we simply add that 11 naira to 147 point whatever to arrive at the pump price.
The normal pump price. I get what you guys are coming from now. Now, one final question. Are we going to see more increments? Because obviously, if government is saying subsidy is gone, then that would mean that the people, the consumers, will be at the brunt of the price of PMS. So are we going to have more increment, let's say in October, in November?
In fact, that is why we had appreciated it when you called us to your station to explain. We really want the masses to bear with Petroleum Product Retail Outlet Owners Association of Nigeria, Petron, especially the Rivers State chapter, because we are doing everything we can to provide this fuel at a better price. If you calculate the differences from 151 to by 11 naira or 12 naira, it brings you to 164 naira.
All right.
But we are telling our members all over the state, some states are selling 165. But in River State, I've made a press release to our members in River State to sell a lower band of 160 naira per liter and upper band of 162 naira per liter, depending on what expenses you incur in the course of your selling. Don't forget, we use generators. Don't forget, we are running security and so on and so forth. But we are telling Rivers people that we, the association, is encouraging filling station owners to sell 162.
Wonderful. But the question I asked
160.
Are we going to see the increment?
The increment
is not in our hands.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
It's not in our hands.
But you are in that sector. Are we going to see an increment in the ex-depot price? Are we going to see an increment there? We want to know.
Yes,
Nigerians need to know.
The federal government of today has turned this industry to how do I put it, to
something you cannot determine.
Pool betting. All right, if I may use the word pool betting. Kalu. You can't plan. You can't make projections.
All right. Then.
Whatever. At the end of the month, everybody would be jittery because you wouldn't know whether the price is going to go up or whether it's going to go down.
All right. There are accusations, and now you're in the studio. You need to clear that one. Now there are accusations that federal government reduces pump price. Filling station owners are slow to actualizing that price. Federal government increases pump price. Oh my, boom, 165.
If I just have another 1 minute to explain this, we have explained this to the masses. Although some people will not understand it, some people will understand it, but obviously you can listen very well now. Now listen, we'd use a hypothetical situation where if you collect loan, because not every one of us is doing this business with our personal fund. Most of the marketers, majority of the marketers are doing this thing with overdraft. Some of them are doing it with working capital from bank. And let's say the bank gives you, like we use in other places, the bank gives you 5 million naira to buy a product.
All right.
And you buy one truck of product and you're selling for example, you're selling for 145. And you're supposed to give back, because working capital, you must return the one you have taken before they will give you another one. And so you are selling at 145 and eventually the price is increased to 150. Now the meaning is that if you go to bank to return it, if you go to bank to return that money, you will not be able. What if you sell at 145? You will not be able to go back to the market to buy fuel.
But you might be able to take another overdraft.
No. If you go back to the bank, they will tell you that you have to.
You have to clear the one.
You have to clear the one you have taken.
Okay, wait. So let me understand this, because I'm confused like the people now. You go to the bank and you collect 5 million naira overdraft, and then you buy your produce.
145, for example.
And you know when you collect that overdraft of 5 million, terms and conditions. There are terms and conditions.
Wait, we're going somewhere. You now buy the product with the 5 million. And then on a normal day, you're supposed to make your profits, right?
Sure.
Let's say in the course of that, you're trying to make a profit, they increase the pump price. You have to finish that produce before you go buy another one.
That is what I'm trying to explain to you.
And when you finish that produce, that old stock, assuming you sell at the old price,
yes,
you sell you really selling at the old price. Then how would you buy at the new price?
You go look, like he's saying. If you sell at that old price, let's say you are going to get the 5 million back.
Yes.
Now that 5 million back, you will need 5.5 million, for example,
to buy
the new one.
Okay.
And then you go to the market, you don't have 500,000
to
buy it. The bank will tell you, we don't want to hear that.
Yeah.
You return their
5 million.
5 million.
Yeah.
The terms and condition is still running. You will tell them, I've returned the 5 million. I need 5.5 million. They will tell they what you signed for with them for that period is 5 million. So you can't even have money to go back.
All right.
Except you start another bargain. So what you need to do is to sell the new price so that you can go back to the market and get product, and then before you go to the bank.
All right.
But a situation where there is a drop in price, look at the hypothetical situation. What happens if you took 5 million naira? You are trading on 5 million, you're supposed to return to the bank, and the fuel is on the ground, and there is drop in the price, and you say, okay, let me run and sell the low price. By the time you go to a bank, you will not go back with 5 million. You'll be having 4 point something million. So you need to sell. You want to sell the new price, the old price, to be able to still go back to the bank and say, please give me back the money. Let me go.
And buy and sell.
So this way, we are not the ones. We are not favored here. This way, we are not favored here. That's why we are saying we need to plan ourselves. This regular increment, incessant increment, is not letting us plan. If you take an overdraft from a bank as a filling station owner, you plan yourself. So whether the increase will not distort your plans.
Right.
So we are disturbed. We are more disturbed in the increment. That's why we want to have full the regulation.
All right, now
maybe my colleague have something to say here.
You want to say something?
The only thing I want to say is for Rivers people to know that Petron has the plight of the populace at heart, and that is why we, given what is obtainable, we directed all Petron member stations to sell at the lower band.
All right.
Outside the state
of 160.
Of 160, yes. Of 160. Outside here, it's Imo State sells
somebody
165.
Somebody called from
Some other people sell 170.
From
Owerri, because of the we want to support the good gesture of the government, the state government, for providing us a good
roads,
enabling this thing.
Good
we
roads
have to
and
support
enabling environment.
The only way we have to do is to sacrifice and do our bits.
All right, let's open the phone lines now. You can call in and join the conversation for 3-4 minutes. I'll try and be brief. We have a lot to talk about. Try and be brief. All right. First caller here, 95.1 FM. What's your name?
Yeah,
Where are you calling in from?
Kalada, I'm calling from Port Harcourt. Good evening.
Good
Thank
evening.
you very much.
Good evening to you.
Maybe just rush.
Rush now.
Kalada, those men, all of them, they are the same thing. They are the same thread that lead that thing.
All right then.
Listen to me very carefully. Listen. You want to do Christmas? Far will suffer it. You want to do this thing? Far we want to do sacrifice. You want to do Christmas? Far will suffer. Lead those people.
All right then.
Listen, let me just tell you.
Quickly.
Listen, don't be.
No, I have to move on now.
They have thrown stone in the market now. It will not touch their brother. It will touch their sisters.
All right then.
Everything will
All right, thank you very much. Your 1 minute is up. Your 1 minute is up now. Remember the numbers to call into the studio with are 0817 0000951 and 0810951091. What are your reactions? 95.1 FM. What's your name? Where are you calling in from? Hello.
I'm with you.
The line is not clear. Please do call us back. 95.1 FM. What's your name? Where are you calling in from?
Hello, Mr. Canada. Good evening. I'm calling from Mama.
Yeah, good evening. Welcome. 1 minute. Run.
You see, Nigerian government is a government that practices anti-people policy. Like your guest rightly said, I think they should have put in place all the necessary measures before increasing the price of petrol.
Thank you. God bless you.
The price of electricity and now the price of how do they want people to survive?
I don't know. God bless you.
All right, go ahead quickly.
Please. Yeah, I said that, but you think about the people because they are not helping the masses at all. That is just my take.
All right, then. All right, thank you very much. Keep your calls coming. Remember, you can send your text messages to the numbers 0701 933 996 2. On WhatsApp, this one says, good evening, Canada. Please let your guests know that the hike of fuel pump price will only affect negatively the poor masses. This is not the right time to increase the price of fuel. Imagine now buying fuel for generating sets to provide our electricity. Remember that those big men and politicians, including your guests, are having fuel for free. They'll never understand our pain. We're still suffering from the COVID-19 pandemic. Many have lost their jobs. They should increase the salaries and provide job opportunities before increasing the prices. This is wickedness. You did not drop your name, but thank you very much. Thank you very much for that one. They say you guys are getting fuel in your houses for free.
We are not the ones that set the price. That's why we are here.
I pray some of these guys that do this talking, let them come join the business. When they come over here, they will now understand.
All right.
The marketers we are with the masses. Filling station owners we are with the masses.
Hello. Yes. Welcome.
Yeah, this is Mr. Zion. Good evening.
Mr. Zion, welcome.
To be honest, this policy is inimical to Nigerian population. And it's unfortunate that the same Nigerians that voted the same people into office are being back-treated and ill-treated by this same administration. Let me be honest with you. The increment of petroleum pump price is to starve and savage the masses into poverty, into hunger, into rejection, which eminently crime will become a subjection. The truth is this. Look at the international market. The crude oil price not rolling down. Barrels of crude oil is not rolling down. How come the products they refine to Nigeria is not increasing? For once, let's be sincere to ourselves. We have lost policies making in this country. We have lost governance in this country. Look at the masses. As I'm talking to you, you and I know too well that the price of commodities in this country is being regulated by what? Petroleum pump price. So people have been rejected out of their houses because of this COVID-19 era. I believe that by now it should be subsidizing of the economy of this country by reducing basically the price of every commodities in this country.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Zion. Thank you very much, Mr. Zion. We've got to go. It's 1:30. Your final words now so we can move on to our next conversation. Addison.
My final words to the River State populace is they have to be patient with the situation. It's not Petron. It's not the marketers. It's not the marketers. The marketers were not happy of the increment. Even though we are in business and we are not going to bear the brunt, we're not going to suffer the losses. That's why we don't have any choice than to correspondingly increase. But we still considered the masses by not increasing to the extreme. We still increase to the barest minimum.
All right. Thank you very much there, Kanu Addison. Mr. Chairman, there's a plea for you now. He says, Kalada, good evening. I am totally in agreement with the point raised by those men, but I want to beg them to use their platform to also cover these cries from the masses to the federal or convey rather. Can you convey the cries?
Exactly. We just want the federal government to know that this thing is paining everybody.
Okay.
It's high time the federal government fix our refineries and find a lasting solution to this embarrassment to the nation and suffering to the masses. This increase in price is putting so much pain on the masses. Even though we are calling on the federal government to do something, we just want to use this opportunity to commend the enabling environment that has been provided by the River State government in this situation. Especially with the construction of roads in many places. Filling stations are now opening in every nook and cranny of the state. We are grateful.
Thank you very much for coming in. Thank you very much. And farmers fear this could further hike the prices of the staple food in the country. The Nigeria Hydrological Services Agency had warned that the current water level in the middle Niger of the Niger Basin portends some level of concern for Nigeria, as there could be a likelihood of river flooding in the states contiguous to River Niger. The states, according to the agency, are Kebbi, Niger, Kwara, Nasarawa, Kogi, Anambra, Delta, Edo Rivers, and Bayelsa. The Director General of the agency, Clement Inze, said that the country through Kebbi State might be flooded beginning from September 6. That's 3 days from now. But meanwhile, President Muhammadu Buhari said that the flood disaster in Kebbi State had exposed the country to a major setback in the efforts to boost local food production. President Buhari, in a statement by his spokesman, Gabashew, expressed concerns over the heavy floods that took a number of lives, submerged thousands of hectares of farmlands and houses, destroying farm produce and personal belongings in the affected communities. The president said he is particularly sad over the incident because it is a setback to Nigeria's efforts to boost local rice production as part of measures to stop food importation. He stated that with the loss of 6 lives and still counting, thousands of hectares of land flooded, and estimated economic losses of more than 1 billion naira by rice farmers in Kebbi State, Nigeria, faces a major setback in our efforts to boost local food production. The president, however, assured Nigerians that the situation was transient, adding that his administration had already begun looking and putting in place measures to ameliorate the situation. The president therefore announced the approval for the release of food items from the strategic reserves, including 30,000 tons of maize to animal feeds producers to ease the high cost of poultry production. The latest update is that President of the All Farmers Association of Nigeria, architect Ibrahim Kabiru, in an interview said even though it will be difficult to ascertain the damages done to the farms by the flood across the country, the trend portends a great danger ahead. It is therefore looking like things are about to be a little difficult for Nigerians. Now, this is happening at a time when there is increment of almost everything, increment in electricity, tariff, increment in fuel price, monthly subscription of pay TV has gone up as well. Of course, there is COVID-19 consequences, economic consequences that we are battling with. Though the president is assured that all these will not last, but how prepared? I mean, we've been asking these questions, for a long time now. How prepared are we for this reality, for this current situation? I mean, we just finished talking with Petron about, fuel increment, fuel hike, and now there is food scarcity on the way, probably. And the funny thing, this is not the time we're getting to hear that Nigeria will be flooded or certain states will be flooded. We've heard this like some 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 months ago. 6, 7 months ago. We've heard this. And they said, River State will be flooded. They mentioned the places. But it looks as if, everybody was just relaxed. Everybody was just, just there. If it comes, it comes. We'll survive. That's the attitude we always play. But are we really ready for this reality? Looking at how things are playing out right now. And this is just Kebbi State. And we're already crying. Flood is coming. There's Niger State, there's River State, there's Bayelsa State, there is where is it now? Where's that list? Where is it now? Give me a minute. There is Nasarawa, there's Kwara. And these states are, very agricultural, viable states. But you know how we do it? You call in and air your views on these very issues. 0817-000-0951 and 0810-951-0951. Text messages and WhatsApp messages to the numbers 0701-933-9962. Let's find out who's on the line. 95.1fm. What's your name?
Yes, this is Anthony again from Hamburg. Hello.
Yeah. I can hear you. Go ahead.
Yes, the device can let me sing this song because it's very tremendous to what I'm saying.
We don't have
much. What I am not doing. And our road do not good. What about the MEPA people?
All right. Thank you very much.
Wait, just allow me, please, because we have to express ourselves in this period.
But we don't have much time. Can we just try to
we
manage
don't have much time, but the question is how we will survive. Please, and again, please, tell our people, our government, they should just look human face. Just remove all those increments that are increasing and there.
All right, then.
So that people can have money to buy it. And the price of food stuff will not go up. Because this transport, this way we know, can even spike the price of food to an astronomical level.
All right, then. Thank you very much. We're moving on now. 95.1fm, what's your name? Where are you calling in from? Yes?
Yeah, good evening. My name is Engineer Victor from Rumolumini.
All right, Engineer Victor, welcome.
The last caller just said exactly what I want to say. Maybe at the end of, so just leave 1 minute to the end of your lecture, this African China for us.
All right.
This thing is becoming too much of this current administration. Right. Thank you.
Thank you very much for calling in. Yeah. All right, who's on line at 5.1fm? What's your name? Where are you calling in from?
Man of the people.
All right, David, welcome.
It's very unfortunate what is happening with the flooding situation in some states in Nigeria, and then including Rivers State, the same states where we have a wonderful, in the words of the patron chairman, a wonderful governor, and the entire oceanic area region in Rivers State is submerged right now. Half of HA is submerged with flooding right now.
Really?
And
Really?
the wonderful governor is not doing anything about it. He heard about this report from the meteorological agency right from the very beginning. From January, they started warning that they should take precautions. Ebonyi State was probably warned. I have been in Ebonyi State for over 4 months, all through the pandemic lockdown period I was in Ebonyi State. And I saw massive, when I say massive drainage construction to prevent the impending flooding.
Or to reduce it, because I don't think it can really be prevented.
It's hard. I can tell you for sure that the entire Azugu, Isheke, up to Ebonyi River area have been dredged. I was involved in it. I was involved in the entire process, in the drafting of the contract process, and it has been done perfectly.
David, where's my own share? David, where's my share? All right, thank you.
Job.
All right, thank you.
But in the same vein, I want to just say, I used the speaker someone was there to answer the question.
Let's move on. Let's move on now. We've moved on from that conversation, David. We've moved on. We've moved on from that conversation, so I have to let you go. This was Escalada Good evening. Let the federal government and various state governors do something drastically to avoid food shortage in Nigeria occasioned by flood, because that would be disastrous, Comrade Michael Jaja. Imagine food crisis coupled with fuel increase, coupled with electricity tariff increase, coupled with tax. You know now. All right, let's go back to the phone lines. 95.1 what's your name? Where are you calling in from?
I am Prince from
All right, Prince from Blooming, please run quickly with your contribution. Thank you very much.
Good evening, my brother in the studio. Is it Canada, right?
Yeah, Canada, yeah.
Well, the problem of the Nigeria is just one thing. The problem of Nigeria is because Nigeria voted the president. That is our problem.
Is that what you think? Is that what you think?
Yes.
Is it the president that is causing the flood?
We are not talking of. I think you are talking of this
I've moved on from that one. I'm talking about flood now, and I'm about moving on from flood because we've got 19 minutes left. So let's look at the police high command saying it will conduct raids of critical areas that pose a threat to the smooth conduct of elections in Edo State. Force spokesman DCP Frank Mbah disclosed this in an interview with the media in Abuja in the aftermath of a trailer accident that almost claimed the life of some political figures in Edo State. Mbah said the raids, which will be carried out before the election later this month, will be purpose-driven to achieve its intended objective. Listen.
During the elections. But the good thing with our studies is that with this, we can also project proactively into the future. We are already taking steps to mop up some of the arms. Within the next few days, you will be seeing a lot of preemptive steps, preemptive strike being taken by the police. We will be carrying out intelligence-driven, target-oriented, and very purposeful raids, and we'll be picking up some of the persons of interest that will be following and monitoring. We are deploying both technical and human intelligence to keep all the movements in track, and we're also working with other relevant stakeholders and working with other security agencies to also ensure that at the end of the day, a due election comes and goes without much of this anticipated violence.
All right, Frank Mbah, who decried the increasing level of violence associated with the conduct of elections in Nigeria, also said certain persons of interest that will also be arrested before the Edo and Ondo governorship elections.
17 key players in our net. There are also a couple of other persons of interest that will be penciled down. And I might not be discussing the full details here, but I can assure you and assure the good people of Edo State that they will see a lot of preemptive strikes. We will take out a whole lot of persons of interest before the election. We'll take them out of circulation. We have the capacity, we have identified some of them, and we have the capacity to identify more. Not only will we identify them, we will identify them, we will isolate them, and we will neutralize them before the elections.
All right, then. Before we go into how best the police can tackle the issue of electoral violence, can we just go back a bit to when we had reports of the Oba of Benin summoning the two major actors in the Edo elections, the APC and the PDP. Now, let's come to Rivers State, using that as a reference point. Which traditional ruler that is so revered and respected that will be listened to? Let's look at politics in Rivers State now. Which traditional ruler in Rivers State that will be listened to by the major political figures in the state? I'm talking about the figures in the APC, in the PDP, in all the other, major political parties. Which traditional ruler can say, okay, my children, come, let's stop the violence and let's see how we can develop Rivers State? And of course, to the main issue, we've heard police come out. I mean, police made promises in 2019 elections, even in the elections before that one. Is there anything different in this? I mean, should we expect anything different? Do you think the police is up and able and capable, handling the situation that might arise? We will not be surprised if there is violence, but we don't pray for it and we don't hope for it. But if it happens, we would not be surprised. But do you think there could be a difference from the elections that we've been having? The most recent one was the Kogi and Bayelsa state elections. How best can the police tackle the issue of electoral violence? 0817 000 0951 and 0810 951 0951. Text messages to the numbers 0701 933 9962. The most important question for me is, do we have a traditional ruler that can call the political actors and tell them, see, this is wrong? 95.1 FM.
Hello.
I can hear you.
Okay, my name is Grandpa, calling from Nasamade.
All right, Grandpa, welcome, Grandpa. Thank you very much. What is your contribution?
Yes, I have listened to traditional rulers in Edo State. They surprised me. A traditional ruler is supposed to be apolitical.
But it's apolitical. He called both of them and said, see, guys, shoot your swords.
If you had followed what you said in Edo State, where this traditional will blame this party and say,
what traditional? No, I've not seen that. Have I seen that report? No, I don't think I've seen it.
I've seen.
Okay, you have seen.
I've seen a lot of them. This one, we support you.
But the Oba of Benin has been apolitical.
The Oba of Benin has spoken. He has not said what the other ones have said. But every traditional ruler is important his own domain.
But I'm asking, you're missing out on the point. We're not doing comparisons here. Is there any traditional ruler in Rivers State that is, as prominent as the Oba of Benin that can call?
There's none.
All right, that's the question. That's the question. Thank you very much. 95.1 FM. What's your name? Where are you calling in from? Yes, mascot.
Kalada, good evening.
Yeah, good evening.
In answer to your question, Kalada, the Benin monarch is the oldest monarch in Nigeria. Okay. And no other traditional ruler can do what the Benin monarch can do, and will command the type of respect the Benin monarch will command. If you are conversant with history, you understand that the British insisted on the conquest of the Benin Empire before they can effectively rule the Niger area, which is now Nigeria. So for me,
your point?
The man has just displayed exactly what he should do, considering the school is occupying. Very revised school.
All right then. All right, thank you very much.
Your question. Hello?
Yeah, quickly. We need to go to the next one.
To your question. I don't trust the Nigerian police for anything. The Nigerian police has shown weakness, has shown bias, has shown partisanship. as far as the electoral violence is concerned in Nigeria. With history, remember what happened in
Summarize, please.
I'm summarizing that I don't trust them in their all the steps they're going to take.
All right.
But I want the PDP
Thank you
to
very much.
Thank you.
95.1 FM, what's your name? Where are you calling in from?
Mr. Kalada, this is Mr. Andy calling from Port.
Welcome.
The Oba of the man has tried. The problem is that the people they are telling whether they will do the thing with the man say. That's the thing. They will do their mind. It's not my thing. That's the thing. The man have tried. The man have done as a matured person. As if that kind of thing cannot happen in River State here, because I feel like our traditional ruler in River State have said so they are right to politicians.
All right then.
That man, I'm telling you true, that man have tried. I said I'll go and help so that you have successful election in the state.
All right, thank you very much. We go for a quick break. When we return, we will focus on our last story for today.
I am a proud Nigerian. I have been placed here by God for a time such as this.
The degradation, challenges, and problems faced by Nigeria are the perfect backdrop for me to develop and utilize my God-given potential.
I will not complain. I will not criticize. Rather, I will use my skills, gifts, relationships,
and experience to find long-lasting and revolutionary solutions to the many challenges confronting Nigeria.
Nigeria will rise again.
Because I am here, I will leave this nation
a better place than I met it. I will work to make Nigeria a praise on the earth.
I will work to make Nigeria a praise.
This message is brought to you by Today95.1 FM, Voice of the People.
95.1 FM, Voice of the People.
And we're back. All right, this WhatsApp message says, good afternoon or good evening. Please, can our Minister of Petroleum address Nigeria on increase of petroleum products? That's change he promised us. All right. This one says, police should be very apolitical in their dealings in Edo State election. Nigerians want to see who among the two parties candidates that is popular and can lead the good people of Edo State properly with tangible projects through the ballot. I wish Edo people well. Let the peace installed by the Oba of Benin reign among them, because after election, there will be Edo people. Comrade Michael Jaja. That's on WhatsApp. Let's see what's on the text message. This one says, Canada listening to the police spokesman dishing out big grammar. I laugh. It is empty promises, by the way. Once they arrest Oshomole, there will be peaceful election in Edo State. And tell your opinion there. Canada is too much of you, even whenever a caller is expressing the shortcoming of Governor of River State in governance, you will do everything to post the person. But if callers expressing the shortcoming of the President of Nigeria, you will allow them to do it unhindered. Why? Are you not partial and partisan in that? All right, Canada, no part of HA is flooded. Whalers will always will. I live and work in HA, Uzoma. All right, thank you very much for that information. See, Canada, for me, on Inwelechi from Umo Demoche Akwache, anytime you bring this type of topic, I will answer you like this. For the fact that we are using the construction or constitution title as amended in this country, this is what we will be hearing. And for that fact that we have APC and PDP on top, this is what we will be hearing too. Because PDP, APC, the same people. And until we understand what is going on, we will keep on crying like this and ever more, or even more than this, if the constitution is not changed. God help us. But let's go to the final story. 8 minutes left. I hope we can do justice to the story. Residents of River State, especially civil servants, have called on Governor Nyesom Wike to replicate the gestures given to judiciary to other sectors and ministries in the state. The respondents who were reacting to the recent car gift to judges, magistrates, and commission and commissioning of judges' quarters by the state governor expressed concern that the government would always concentrate on a particular sector, leaving others with less attention. Those who spoke with our correspondents at the state secretariat complained that besides payment of salaries, workers' welfare has not been a priority to the current administration in the state. Listen.
Priority of every government is workers' welfare. It is too odd that a situation whereby workers, pensioner gratuity are not paid, and judges who are high salary earners, government is building houses for them. I think it's uncalled for. In the ministry today, there are a lot of vacancies.
That number one, their promotion is not coming. Secondly, that the minimum wage.
The man should also do same to permanent secretary, do same to civil servant, should promote them. Civil servant, as far as I'm concerned, they have not, that is, if you are not doing judges quarter, you leave the civil servant, the mainstream. Tell me, if it is you, will you be happy, will not be happy? Them, the directors, they don't have car. So in general view, whatever thing is doing to justice, the judiciary, you should also do same to the other sectors.
Meanwhile, the Nigeria Labour Congress, NLC, and the Trade Union Congress, has threatened to ground all activities in Rivers State after its planned protest on Monday next week. National President of NLC, Comrade Ayuba Waba, issued a threat at a media briefing in Abuja. The organized labor expressed displeasure over the attitude of the Rivers State government towards civil servants in the state. Waba stressed that civil servants in Rivers State must assert their rights. Just so you know, that Governor Wike earlier today commissioned some blocks of duplexes and flats for judges at the judiciary quarters here in Port Harcourt. What is your take about the comments of those who spoke to our correspondent? And on the planned industrial action of the organized labor next week, are you expecting an effective action from labor? I mean, are you expecting labor to make any concrete change here in the state? I'd like to hear from you. 0817-000-0951 and 0810-951-0951. Your text messages to the numbers 0701-933-996. Can you please be quick with your contribution? Quickly, please. 95.1fm.
Hello, Canada.
Yeah.
It's Amaka from Rumibo.
All right, welcome.
Why is there wait for them? Why not other sectors? Let them give the same to other sectors, especially these pensioners and the civil servants. They have been crying. It should not be one sector that will be enjoying River State money.
All right, then.
That is what I have to say.
All right, thank you very much.
Other people will stop complaining.
All right, thank you very much, Amaka from Rumigbo. Let's go to the next caller now. Let's talk about this quickly as possible. 95.1fm.
Yeah, Canada.
KSP, welcome. Quickly now, quickly.
All right, thank you. What would expect what? Expect what would they do? Huh?
What are you talking about? I'm trying to follow you.
The labor you are talking about.
Okay.
Expect what?
So you don't think they can?
Where are they, sir? Do labor exist in this country?
And they just came out. They just came out from a meeting, so probably we will see their efforts, their energy. I mean, very soon.
Canada, before now, from 98 naira, from 98 naira to 145, from 145 now to 160. But before now, just from I think 60 something to thereabout, labor everywhere occupy the state. Right. I've told you before. Right. Only politicians organize.
All right then. All right, we've got to go now. Thank you very much, KSP. There. Thank you very much. All right, Canada. Yes, the call is incisive. What is good for the judiciary is also good, or judiciary workers is also good to other workers. Governors should show other workers love too. Thanks, Comrade Michael Jaja. All right. This one says the judiciary is very, very important to our governor. And this is coming from Chima Obi. All right, thank you very much for that one. Let's do what's on the phone line. 95.1fm. What's your name? Where are you calling in from?
Yes, my name is Prince Andy. Canada, good evening.
All right, Prince Andy, run through.
Yes, let me just ask one question. What have the civil servants done to Governor Wike? I mean, if there is any persons or group of persons or institution to be recognized and assisted in this country or in this state, it should be the civil servant.
All right.
99% of our parents came from there. They are suffering. They are dying in their numbers.
All right.
No increment. No pension paid. Nothing. And yet you are just, trying to give if you still claim to buy for the judiciary, you will still buy for them.
All right.
I mean, what are this? Okay, we know that the judiciary help you to win election and not the rest.
No, Prince Andy. Nope. We can't make such allegations. We cannot. Do you have proof? Do you have? If DSS calls us now, calls you and I now, say come and prove. Can you prove it? No. But we've got to move on. We've got to. No, we don't even have time for that. We've got to move on. Let's move on to the next one. This one says, my brother in the studio, I am tired of everyday promises by the police. They are telling us now how to return peace in Edo election, but in the end, ballot papers and boxes will be taken away by the criminal gangs gathering from Oyibo. All right, one last call, and we call it a wrap. 95.1fm, what's your name? Good evening, what's your name?
My name is Amos from...
Amos, turn off your radio set. Quickly, there's no time. Let's talk now, yeah?
Wallahi. What
really now. All right, the platform has been a production of our news department, and today's edition was put together by Victor Ezema. Do not forget, please take a responsibility. Always wash your hands with soap under running water. Have with you at all times alcohol-based and sanitizers. Avoid touching your face and eye contact surfaces to prevent the spread of coronavirus. If you can, work from home, otherwise observe social distancing and always wear your facial mask when in a gathering of two or more people. COVID-19 is real, but it is not a death sentence. I'll be with you same time tomorrow, God willing. But for now, you stay tuned to Today 95.1 FM. The Vivian Douglas Show is up next. I am Kalada, the man of the people. You can never plan the future by the past. He who has a right to live can bear almost any.
This is the Vivian Douglas Show. It is an avenue for paradigm shift.
We bring you a platform where your voice counts on issues of social reform in our society, from governance to education,
domestic abuse, health, environment, relationship, religion, lifestyle, entertainment, and much more.
Most importantly, here on the Vivian Douglas Show, we speak to impact on all fronts. Join us on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt every Thursday, 5 to 6 p.m.
on the Vivian Douglas Show to interact, and on the Just So You Know segment on Today 95.1 FM and on our social media platforms at the Vivian Douglas Show.
Let's keep it real and log down every Thursday. I'm the Vivian Douglas. It's been a long day and a lot has been going on around the world today, but sometimes when we hear a desperate cry for help, it's always important to see that, we try our very best to reach out to whoever it is that is crying for help. So a few weeks ago on Twitter, I saw a story by a family who live in Port Harcourt who had issues with the loss of a baby. As a matter of fact, they had the woman alleged, so to say, that she had twin babies and just one was given to her. It's been months, and we're talking about the life of a newborn baby here. Nobody can really say, where is this child? Does this child exist, or doesn't this child exist? It's been so many stories. So I contacted the family, and I've been talking with them. They've been going through so much. They will tell them to come to this place, come to that place, and do this and do that. It's been a tug of war. Thing is, they need your help. Nigerians, Rivers people, if you're listening, incidentally, this incident took place in Port Harcourt. And the hospital in Port Harcourt, we're not going to mention the name of the hospital, but we are going to have them tell their story. This could be you, this could be me, this could be your relative, this could be anyone. You know, we hear these stories and sometimes we think, is it true? Is it not true? We just let it slide. But we have people who were bold enough to talk about their story, to tell their story, and now they are asking you to come to their aid. So we have Mr. and Mrs. Caleb Karuna here. We'll take a short break. When we come back, we'll bring them to get them to talk about their experiences. You hear from them. And of course, we'll open the phone line so that you can be part of the conversation. Remember, it could be you, it could be your relative, it could be your sister, it could be your brother. So this is the time we can actually go out of our way to show that we care enough to let these people know that we are here for them and we can help them in any way we can to see that if truly this baby doesn't exist, the hospital can actually come out to say, give a good evidence that the baby doesn't exist. Because we are talking about a situation where the hospital is not able to provide the scan results that led to she gave birth through CS. She's going to tell her story anyway. The hospital is not able to provide a scan result that shows how many baby happened to be in the womb. They are not able to provide any form of documentation. And this is an existing hospital in Port Harcourt in Rivers State, Nigeria. It is that bad. So stay with us. We'll be right back. We bring you a platform where your voice counts on issues of social reform in our society, from governance to education,
domestic abuse, health, environment, relationship, religion, lifestyle, entertainment, and much more.
Most importantly, here on the Vivian Douglas Show, we speak to impact on all fronts. Join us on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt every Thursday, 5 to 6 p.m.
on the Vivian Douglas Show to interact, and on the Just So You Know segment on Today 95.1 FM and on our social media platforms at the Vivian Douglas Show.
Let's keep it real and lock down every Thursday. All right, good to have you back on the Vivian Douglas Show today, Thursday, coming to you, of course, to 95.1 FM, Today FM Port Harcourt. So we are going to be talking to Mr. and Engineer and Mrs. Caleb Karuna, who happened to be a victim of circumstance. I don't know if that's the right way to put it. So good to have you here, Engineer Caleb.
Good evening. Thank you.
Good to have you here, Mrs. Precious Caleb.
Good evening.
You need to be a bit audible so we know that. I know how it feels, but you need to be a bit audible. So good to have you here anyway. So the challenge we have with right now is that this story has been everywhere. Let me start from Mr. Caleb, because you're actually the one that brought the story to Twitter. And it's like everyone is saying, okay, you know, we know what is going on or we don't know what is going on. It's been neither here nor there, basically. A lot of people will say, oh, how is that even possible? How can you even know that you have a twin baby in your womb? And the story has been over everywhere. So now we want to know. Let's start from you. You brought the story to the public, Engineer Caleb. What exactly happened? How do you actually come to the point where you begin to say that your baby was stolen from you?
Okay.
So we have the twin, we have the one of the babies in the studio with us.
What really happened was, before the surgery was done, the doctor had a session with us.
Okay.
And prior to that session, an ultrasound scan was carried out.
Okay.
The ultrasound scan showed it was a twin gestation.
Okay.
That's what the scan showed. And before that scan, my wife had told me that the kids she's having this time around, they are not just one, they are two. I kept quiet about that.
Okay.
But
you didn't believe her?
I believed her.
Okay.
But I just kept quiet.
Okay.
I wanted the confirmation from the scan, because before that time, all through her pregnancy, she has been complaining about how she felt about the pregnancy. She can't lie down.
And this was happening during the lockdown?
During the lockdown.
Okay.
Now, she wouldn't lie down either side. On either side, she couldn't lie down.
Isn't that normal pregnancy? I mean, I've not been pregnant before, but I don't know how this is the normal thing that you can't sleep on your side at some point in pregnancy. Mrs. Precious.
Well, it's normal with pregnancy.
Okay.
But this one, I had, because when I went to the hospital, just the same way it was doing me was the way they discovered it. One was here by my right hand, and another one was under me. But whenever I lie down, it's as if one of them packed itself this way.
On your left side?
Yes, so that made me, because initially when the early side of the pregnancy, I was wondering. I said, this is very early for this thing to be doing me. Because I know that most times when such a thing is happening is when the pregnancy may have gone advanced. Yes, that's when you start experiencing you cannot lie down and all that.
Yeah.
But this one from day one, I've been feeling like that. I even talked to one of my friend who had a twin too. She said yes, that it's twins that behave that way. That was what happened to her too.
Okay.
So that's
all right. Go ahead.
So when that scan was done, the doctor had a session with us.
Okay.
And he told me, Oga, you are aware your wife is having multiple...
That's in the hospital where she finally gave birth?
Yes.
Okay.
Oga, you are aware your wife is having multiple pregnancy? I said, yes, I'm aware. He now went ahead and told us the positioning of the babies. That one was breached and the other was sitting with the buttocks.
Okay.
And that our water level was already very low. It was very...
Who was giving you this information actually?
The doctor.
This doctor, is he a gynecologist? Do you have idea who his professional title?
I don't have any idea, but
okay,
I know he's a medical practitioner.
Okay.
And by virtue of his age and experience, I didn't suspect that he was. In fact, by virtue of, if you go there, you will know that this is a professional doctor.
Okay.
So you wouldn't have any doubt about his pedigree. So, and even prior to that, I discussed with him, and we said so many other things. So when the delivery was done.
So let's establish something. A scan was done in this hospital where she finally put to birth.
Yes.
Okay, good. You have a file open for you, which is a normal standard procedure in the hospitals.
Yes.
Okay, good. Go ahead now.
So when the delivery was done, the day of that delivery, I wasn't inside the theater with her.
Why is that?
But she was admitted a day before the surgery.
Okay.
So the morning of the surgery, they had told me I need to make commitment of funds.
Okay.
So before they can take me into the theater.
Okay.
So I came and I wanted to make that commitment that morning.
Okay.
I wanted to do a transfer with my ATM. They told me, do partly transfer, then we need partly cash.
Cash, okay, which is normal for some cases.
So I did the transfer and I rushed out to get the cash. By the time I came back with the cash, they had already taken her inside.
Hold on. Were you not supposed to pay this money before she's taken into the theater?
Yes.
You were told to pay the money before she's taken into the theater.
Before they commence.
Before they commence the surgical procedure.
Yes.
Because it's a CS procedure.
Yes.
And now, before you could now get back from getting the money, they had already taken her into the theater.
They are taking her in. So
when I came back,
they are taking her in. But in an attempt to go in, they told me to stay aside.
Okay.
Close by.
What was the agreement? Was there agreement that you were supposed to be in there while she's delivering initially?
I didn't agree that with them, but I had discussed with my wife.
Okay.
That wait for me.
Okay.
I need to be there with you.
Okay. But Mrs. Precious, did you tell them that your husband said he needs to be there for the delivery?
I told the female doctor.
Okay.
That I asked her, what about my husband? I need him to be here.
Okay.
He said he's on his way coming.
All right.
I should come. Let us go.
Were you told that it was an emergency? What was the hurry about?
They didn't tell me.
Were you feeling sick?
I wasn't feeling sick.
Did the doctor check you and discover that something was wrong somewhere?
I only know that I was having BP issues.
Okay,
Then they told me to be coming every day.
No, but on the day of the surgery, your husband was told to go get money before they could commence surgery. And before he could come back, they had already taken you in. Was there an emergency?
No.
Would you start having an attack or something that would have made them going before your husband comes back?
Nothing like that.
All right, go ahead, Engineer Caleb.
So when I came in, they just brought out some forms for me to sign.
Okay.
I signed and they told me to stay outside and wait.
Okay.
I was there waiting.
Okay.
It was later on, one of the nurses now called my attention. Oga, come. They want you inside. I said, I hope there is
They told you not to come in. After some time, they now said you should come inside.
Exactly. After some time, they had started the procedure. They were through with the procedure at that time.
Okay.
With the delivery.
So when you came in...
So when I went in, the doctor told me that, Oga, this is it. It's practical here. It's not 2 babies. It's 1. I was just dumbfounded. I was looking at him.
Okay, hold on. Let's go to Mrs. Precious now. I know from my little knowledge of medicine and all that, I know there's something called local anesthesia, and of course the full where you have to be sleeping, and the other way, the local where they just have to take care of the area where they're having the surgery or something, and then. So were you asleep?
No.
Or were you were awake through the procedure?
I was awake.
Even so tell us your story from the point when your husband, from your story.
Okay. When they moved me inside, I was told to undress. Okay. I undressed myself.
So you were very strong?
I was very strong.
Okay.
And I put on the theater, yes. And they moved me in. And before you know, I was there, they were setting in place everything they will use. So when they were ready, they asked me, the anesthetist, who is going to give the injection first, asked me that there are 2 ways to this. Do I want the injection that will keep me asleep or the one that will keep me awake?
Okay.
I told him I want the one that will keep me awake.
Okay.
Because I've done CS before, and that's the way I told him that. So they said, okay. They now started the process. So they told me to lie down. So I lie down.
Which is normal.
Which is, I've never seen it like that before. I don't know whether it's their own way of, but I know that from what I've heard from other people, even before I entered there, you will sit down and hug a pillow.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
I really don't have idea.
You sit down and hug a pillow so that they can capture that spot where they will give you that injection.
Okay.
Which I am conversant with because my 3rd child was through CS.
Okay.
So, but I was surprised when they asked me to lie down. I couldn't question them because I don't know their own style. They are the professionals. I just obeyed. So I lie down. And they said they were looking for where they will give me the injection. As they were looking for it, they were puncturing me. And from the middle back, they went to the lower back. And this thing is very, very painful.
Okay.
They did it anytime they pierced me this thing. My left leg, we experienced some kind of form of, shock and pain. It's so terrible. At a point, I started
All
crying.
this while your husband wasn't there?
Yes, he wasn't there. I started crying, Jesus, 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 Jesus.
Okay, go ahead.
And so, at a point, they now asked me to sit down. Something they could have done from the beginning. They now asked me to sit down and brought a pillow for me. And I held that pillow. And they kept puncturing me.
So finally,
they said they got it. As soon as they inserted, whatever they inserted, I was already exhausted, falling out.
So you fell asleep?
I didn't fall asleep.
Okay.
One of them, when you are in the act of fainting, you know, because you're exhausted.
Okay.
I had already lost all my strength, if not for God. Somebody held me. I don't know which of them that held me, and they placed me, lied me well, before they started cutting me open.
So basically, even though you were feeling you were feeling like fainting, you were conscious.
Yes, I told myself I will see what is going on.
Okay, you were already suspecting that something was wrong.
Yes, from the injection, the way they were giving me the injection.
Okay, so go ahead then.
I was like, these people, do they want to kill me? In my mind, do they want to kill me? This thing is very painful. But I just held to the name of Jesus. I lied down. When they started the process, because the anesthetist told me that the only thing is going to be a painless operation.
Okay.
Because that injection will take care of that side.
Absolutely.
Yes. That the only thing I will feel is when they are pulling out the baby.
Okay.
I said, okay, I am already aware of these things because I have the experience.
Okay.
So when they started making the first pull, I had to raise up my head to see when they are pulling out this baby.
Were you aware of the sex of these babies?
They didn't even this one I'm having
But you
in my
had a
hand.
scan.
Yes.
Okay.
I asked them, that scan, I asked the radiologist, what's the sex of the baby? She said since the pregnancy had gone advanced, the machine will not be able to pick.
Oh.
Yes, machines will not.
Pregnancy?
Yes, in an advanced pregnancy, it will not pick
And
the
that's,
sex.
you were told this in this particular hospital?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, please.
So when they made the pull, I lifted up my head. I saw them pulling out the baby. I was waiting for them to show me, which is the normal thing in any whichever form of delivery. Nobody showed me anything. Then they pull out this one I have in my hand.
Okay.
They didn't still show me.
Okay.
So
this was the second.
Yes, this was the second. They did because after this pull, there was nothing like pull anymore again.
Okay.
Then the rest thing was they were just doing their normal, maybe clean up and all that. So when they brought out this one, they didn't show me. I was just watching at
this
everything.
one, you mean your baby?
Yes, I was just watching at all of them, watching at everything.
So then what happened after then? You saw them pull out two babies and they finished the processes. Okay, what then happened?
They carried this one, brought him side by side to my cheek, his cheek to mine.
Okay.
Madam, see your baby. One of their technical is a woman.
Okay.
Took the baby outside. Then the next thing I heard, all of them within themselves, because they were just talking, whispering talking small. I said, what are these ones saying? Then the next thing the doctor said, it's one baby. It's one baby. Call the doctor when they have already moved the baby out. This one.
Okay.
Call the husband. Then my husband came in. I said, Oga, it's one baby, and it's a boy. At that point, I was shocked. I said, even when they made the first pull, I was looking out for the baby, the brother. I did not see them bring out the baby. This one, nobody showed me the sex. Just next thing they moved this one out.
Okay. At this point, when you came in and saw that it was one baby, did you what happened? The conversation, this is now between you and your wife. Let's quickly go through that.
No, immediately I got into the theater and the doctor said, guys, one baby is not
That's
two.
The first thing they told you.
Yes, there is one baby, is not two. I was looking at him. He repeated it again. So, I said, it's one baby, it's not two. Should we go ahead with the tubal ligation?
Okay.
Because we had agreed before then that they should go ahead with that procedure.
Okay.
I said, we've agreed on this now. Go ahead, do that.
Okay. So
now, it's very important to state here.
Okay.
Because I was very brief and very fast about it. My wife was cut open right before me. I saw her there. She saw me. I even talked to her. I gave her a thumbs up that you are doing well.
That she was awake.
She was very conscious. Awake, very conscious.
I confirmed with him when he gave me that thumbs up. I just nodded my head.
So it was when I came out of the theater.
Yeah.
I now went into another room where they kept this baby.
Okay.
The baby was on oxygen. I now asked, why is this baby on oxygen? They said he took in some fluids and they had to do some resuscitation and all that, and they are monitoring him. I said, okay, no problem. It was at that moment I asked one of the nurses, I said, why is it just one baby? But we have twins. He said, guys, one. Is one with
okay.
One.
Let's look at something now. Initially, I mentioned that if you go to a hospital and then you need to have a baby, one of the things that even if you've not been pregnant, you don't know what goes on with that, is that you need to have a scan. It is the scan that says there is a baby inside, and this is the sex of the baby in most cases, and this tells you when you're due to deliver. Now, there's also another story that's been going about that you went to UPTH or something, and then they didn't tell you. They told there was just one baby. So why are you now saying it's two babies? So can you quickly elucidate them?
Telling me it's one baby, I didn't believe it because I know how I'm feeling.
Okay.
I know it's not just if it's one baby that is in your womb.
Yeah,
it's only one kick. You'll be feeling the kick. Only one kick. You know, it's a baby. I've had 3, so I know. So when there are 2, you will know it is your flesh, it's your body.
Yeah, but beyond that, because a lot of people who are not medical doctors may be like, she don't know anything, she did talk or something. But beyond, like I said, the scan result, the first one in the UPTH said it was one baby, or you were not sure. What happened to the UPTH scan results?
Well, the UPTH scan result, like I said, when they were checking me, they said they cannot even see the sex of the baby. And this baby don't stay one place. That is what the operator was saying. And then said that this our machine is giving us problem. Okay. Before you know, the other subordinates, the small boys are working under this particular operator. Or say they were complaining that why is it that this hospital they should try and get a very
this is UPTH,
matured,
the government-owned hospital.
Yes. That these machines are giving them.
So basically, due to the complaints with the machine, you were not convinced.
So they told me.
Now, why didn't you give birth in UPTH? Why did you go to this hospital?
Okay, I didn't give birth in UPTH because of the lockdown. If not, I would continue. And one thing with UPTH, since I used to use them, you will go to scan 2 or 3 times.
Okay.
Then, if you have any complaint with the pregnancy, they will ask you to go for scan so that they will find out what the problem is.
Okay.
So because of that lockdown, I didn't go back. And the fear to come out, I've been hearing what has been happening on air, what they do to people
who has found on the road.
So I just stayed. I said, God, I was praying in the house. I said, God, just help me. So that before the time of delivery, they will lift up this lockdown. And you know that lockdown, sometimes they will lift it up before, after 2 days, So
we know the lockdown.
Because of that, and now when they lifted it up, and I located this hospital, this private clinic.
Okay, go ahead.
I was in Bonny Island working at the time. So she told me she had gone to UPTH and they did a scan, but she's not convinced about the scan. I said no problem. I was even shocked that they did the scan there because all the other pregnancies she's had, even though we go to UPTH for the antenatal and all that, our scans are normally done in image. I used to be there, but this time around I wasn't there.
Okay.
So she was managing all alone. So when she told me that she did it there, but she's not satisfied because they were complaining, I said, okay, no problem. Since they've told you and as the pregnancy advances, you will still do another one. I said, no problem. Let's just keep praying and waiting. So when I came back during that lockdown and I was with her, with the complaints and everything, I knew that this woman was having a different type of pregnancy.
Okay, like I said, sorry to interrupt you, like I said earlier, feelings are not enough to say, oh, there was a baby there. Now let's go back to this hospital. But before we do that, I just want to let you know, if you're just joining us, you're listening to us, I have engineer and Mrs. Caleb in the studio, and of course they said they have a baby, and one of the baby was allegedly taken from the hospital where they gave birth to the child, to the twin baby. They're asking for your help. They are here to tell you their story, and hopefully that people can come to their aid. We'll open the phone line shortly, but let's quickly get back to them so you can be part of the conversation. Now, you were talking about the UPTH scan. That's just the first scan.
Yeah.
During the course of the pregnancy, course of the pregnancy, good. But when you now got to the hospital where you gave birth, you said the hospital is in Ada George.
Yes.
We're not going to call the name, but just for clarity's sake, when you got into this hospital, did you register? Did they open a file for you? Did they do a scan? If they did a scan, where is the scan results?
I did.
Okay, good. So
when I got to the hospital, I registered for antenatal because they told me
private hospital.
Yes, they told me to register for antenatal.
Okay.
So that same day, they asked me to go for urine test, blood test, and the scan.
In the hospital?
Yes, that's the very day. We paid for all these things.
So your file was open for you. You had the hospital card, and then you now went for the test.
Yes.
Okay, good.
Yes. So it was even the last one we did was a scan. It was a scan that we really wasted time because the radiologist, when she was carrying out the process, my husband was there. When you are before a scan screen, they will show you the baby and all that. So all these things were going on. They were showing him. At first, she started it. said, Oga, my husband was just looking at her on the screen. Oga, I'm seeing two heads. So,
okay.
So my husband said, So what this woman is saying is true. So my husband said,
so the
do it
radiologist
again.
confirmed that
Yes,
there is...
she confirmed it.
That
My
you had
husband
two
saw
kids,
it. Yes.
Okay, two babies.
Yes.
Okay, from the hospital where you put
Yes.
to bed. The same hospital that is saying that they only have one baby.
Yes.
Okay, now where is this scan result?
I asked her after the whole thing.
Okay.
I asked her that we will want to wait to collect the scan result. She said we will not be able to wait because of the timing. At that time, there was a curfew by 8 o'clock.
Okay.
That the following day, being that I always come every day for them to check my BP,
your BP,
that I will collect the results from the doctor.
Okay.
So when I got to the hospital the following day, they didn't give it to me. I came with my husband.
What did they say to you? Why didn't they give you the...
They didn't say anything. He was just reviewing. From there, he was reviewing what I carried in my womb. And asked my husband, before he started with us, he asked my husband, Oga, are you aware your wife is carrying multiple pregnancy? My husband said, yes. He said, one, the water level is very low. So because of that, we have to carry a surgery fast to save the lives of these children.
Okay, that's when they told you have to carry out the surgery immediately to save the life of the children.
Then one of them was sitting with a bottles and the other one was lying breech.
Okay, so in essence, it has to be a CS.
Yes,
There's no way you could push out those
because
babies
that one was sitting with a boot. Yes,
the way they were situated in the womb. Now, when you were doing all this, you both of you and your husband and yourself agreed with the hospital for a surgery.
Yeah.
Now, before you go in for a surgery, there's something called, I think, is a consent form where you have to fill to authorize the hospital to carry out a surgery on your family member or your wife, as the case may be. Did you sign any of this form?
The form I signed was on the day of the surgery.
Yep.
There was a form
authorizing them to...
Yes, I signed.
Okay, good.
I signed.
Good. When you made payments, both electronically and cash-wise, were you given a receipt from this hospital?
Yes.
You have your receipt?
I was given a receipt.
You was given a receipt. Well, now, what did they tell you that this surgery covered, you paid for? What is written in the receipts? In the receipt they gave you, what did they tell you were paying for?
The receipt they gave me was just payment for delivery. There was no specifics.
There was no specifics. Okay, good.
I did a transfer. I got receipt.
Okay,
there was no specifics.
Now, the authorization form, did they tell you why they were the kind of surgery they were carrying out, or they just said surgery, or was it just said did they just write surgery?
No, the doctor told me.
No, when you read it yourself, was it stated that this is the kind of surgery she was going in for?
Yes, cesarean section and also tubal ligation.
Okay, good. Do you have the authorization documents?
I don't have.
You don't have that. Have you requested that from the hospital?
I told the lawyer to do that.
All right, we're getting into this, but I want to open the phone line so that people can also be part of this conversation. So if you're listening to us, if you have a suggestion, if you have what you think this family can do to help to get their second baby, because they certainly believe that they have their second baby, and we're going into the facts as it is right now from what they are saying and whatever is, and every of the experience they've had so far. So the numbers to call is 0817-0000-951 or 0810-951-0951. So feel free to call to be part of the conversation. Let me quickly take this call. Hello.
Hello, good evening.
Yes, good to have you on the Vivian Douglas Show. What's your name and where are you calling from?
My name is Joseph Madu. I'm calling from Obogoro.
Okay, Joseph Mad, good to have you. What's your take on what we're discussing today?
I want to ask a question. I want to ask the woman a question.
Okay, please.
She says she's conscious about what was happening around.
Can you try to be a bit audible, please?
Okay. There.
Yes.
I want to ask the woman question. Since she said she's conscious about what was happening around her. Did she hear the voice of her first pulling?
That's the cry of the child.
Yeah, they cry because every baby, according to them, cry.
Sometimes too, they don't cry. They have to force them, touch them up to cry. But your question is very clear, sir.
Okay. She had the cry of the baby, yes.
All right. Thank you very much, sir.
Okay. The first pull. I didn't hear the cry. What I heard was his doctors. He made a kind of funny sound, like like a baby's cry. Even the second time when he made this other poo, it was the same thing he did. This second baby did not even cry.
Okay, so there was no really shouts and all that. All right, let me take this call again. Hello, welcome to the Vivian Douglas Show. What's your name and where are you calling from?
I'm Barry calling from Samadi.
Barry, good to have you on the show. What's your take, please?
The way I hear the sound of this woman, I think this is true too.
Okay.
Because in my yard too, we don't get compass with hospital or with baby something. Just somebody with the color B, that one sure, we know what that now, but you don't go do investigation, all right? Do investigation, but I know that it can be possible. I know.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much. All right, the phone lines are still open. Please feel free to call, and then maybe you have a suggestion on what they can do or how they can go about this. We'd like to hear from you as we make progress. Hello. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, good to have you on the Vivian Douglas Show. What's your name and where are you calling from?
Mazi Chukwemeka, I'm calling from Port Harcourt, Rumimo to be precise.
Mazi Chukwemeka, good to have you on the show. So what's your take?
First of all, I want to sympathize with the couple in the studio.
Okay.
Honestly, Vivian, my position is simple. This is a mother. This is not the first time having baby. She said she saw the first poo. And she saw the second poo. There is no way a child will go out from her body without she feeling or noticing it. It's impossible.
Okay.
You know, so I agree totally with what she's saying. And besides, we're not talking of somebody who's never had a baby before. As if the couple will expect doctors to produce baby to give them. But no, it's not. It's unthinkable. It's unimaginable. They wouldn't go on about this thing if the woman is not sure of what she's saying.
Yeah.
So I think they should get a very good lawyer.
Okay.
I think they should get follow it up. Because I am 100, my heart beats for that woman. I am 100%, my spirit connects with what she's saying. You understand? There's no, a child is not something you cannot feel. I have it myself, and some of the things she's saying is almost the same thing my wife passed away. She gives birth when she come home and we talk about it. You understand?
Yes, I do.
So I think they should do whatever they can, and anyone who could give them any support. And I even thank you for bringing this. But I am 100% sure, in fact, that something is wrong.
All right. Thank you so much. God bless you. Thank you so much. Hello. Okay, we lost that call there. Phone lines are still open. Feel free to call. So, you know, in all this, the most challenging aspect of this is simple. The fact that a hospital that carried out a CS operation on a pregnant woman does not have the scan results, and we're talking about since June. Since June, they have not been able to produce the result. I think that's a major plus. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, good to have you on the Vivian Douglas Show. What's your name and where are you calling from?
I am Kibunti Emmanuel, calling from Port Harcourt.
Emmanuel, good to have you on the show. What's your take on the subject matter?
Yes, I had the similar experience in 2011.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Okay.
My wife actually took him. She actually have a big tummy.
Okay.
And we went to have a laboratory test.
Okay.
In one of these private laboratories. They actually said she had multiple pregnancy, that is more than one child.
Okay.
But after 4 or 5 months, I wasn't really convinced. We went to EPK to register.
Okay.
They asked us to do another test. When they couldn't conduct it there, they asked us to go to image.
Okay.
At Alakaya. It was there revealed that my wife actually had just one child.
Okay.
So at times, when you don't have laboratory reports, especially from a well-known laboratory, you may end up actually just like it seems as if it's more of a guesswork.
Yeah, but it's the hospital that is supposed to give them the scan results, and they seem not to want to release the results.
I am with you.
Okay.
But which hospital?
The hospital where the baby was delivered.
Exactly. Most of those hospitals, you ask yourself, what are the equipment they have? Who are those manning those equipment?
No, but if a hospital, there is no way a hospital will send you to do a scan, to do a surgery, send you in for a surgery without knowing exactly what they are going to carry out, why they want to do this surgery, or what is it they want to do. There has to be a documentation that tells from the radiologist, that tells the doctors, this is what they want to do.
I don't have issue with that. You are correct. But the truth is that oftentimes it is better to go to well-known hospitals, better hospitals.
Well, it was the lockdown. Thank you very much for your contributions, and let's also give chance to other people. But it was the lockdown, and of course, a lot of things weren't really going the way it ought to. Okay, the phone lines are still open, 0817 000 0951. Hello. Hello. Okay, I think you need to turn down the volume of your radio so we can hear you properly when you call. All right, Engineer Caleb, let's quickly take care of this now. So let's go back to the scan result, because in all this, yes, your wife had a feeling, the doctor said this to you, this was said to you, but where is the scan result? Because it's a scan result that says, how can a hospital, now there's an allegation on their head that they stole one of the babies, okay? Forget about your wife's feeling, forget about what every other person is saying. How can you not have the scan results?
No.
It's been months.
Exactly. Now, this is...
What are they saying about the scan results?
This is the situation. When my wife brought it up before me, already at the beginning, after the surgery, I started having doubts. I said,
when you ask them, let's even leave because this is a document. The scan result is a document that can be felt. It's not as if it's a virtual. Even if it's virtual, it's something you can read. Let's even leave in how you felt, your doubts and all that, because I believe it's the scan that says this is what is in the womb.
Exactly.
So where is the scan result? What are they telling you about the scan result? Have you requested for it?
I requested for that scan result immediately. I told the doctor, I said, doctor, you have a situation on ground. My wife does not believe that it's one baby. And you guys have not released that scan result to her.
Okay.
Because I asked her, where is the scan result?
So what did they say?
They now said they will take care of it later, that I should calm down. Because I was running to Omega Clinic, where this baby was receiving attention at that time.
From their hospital to Omega Clinic?
Yes, we were referred to Omega because of the baby. So I took the baby to Omega that time. I was in Omega, the baby was under oxygen. I was there for 6 days. So I was crisscrossing Omega and this clinic. And in the process, I asked them, produce the scan results, give it to her. And if there is any explanations you want to give, the woman does not believe, and even myself, I have my doubts.
Okay.
Give it to her.
And till date?
Till date, they refused.
Okay, Okay, go ahead.
What now made me come out openly was when I came back after the child was now discharged from Omega fully. I came with the child to the mother in the clinic.
Okay.
Now
she was still in the hospital.
She was still in the hospital. I now said, okay, madam, your baby is here now. I went to the doctor. Where is the scan result? Because she can't fight with them.
Of course not.
And she has been demanding for it, even in my absence. They refused to bring it to her. I now asked them, where is this scan result? Nobody in that hospital, from the admin to the nurses, I was mad. So a police officer in Lagos had to call the doctor to demand for that scan result. It was at that point I knew this thing has gone beyond hand.
Can I come in?
Okay.
Well, I actually was the one that called the police officer.
Okay.
So he asked me to give him the doctor's number, which I did. I didn't know when he called the doctor. When he called the doctor, when my husband came to see me in the clinic back, he called my husband and told my husband that the doctor said we never made demand for that.
Okay, so when this is happening in June.
Yes.
This is September.
Yes.
So when you now demanded for it,
they went I went to the police, made reports, complaints. The police invited them, and then they gave the scan results to the police. The police now called me and said, Oga, we've collected the scan result. The Rumukpakani police divisional station. Oga, we've collected the scan result. I now asked them, that scan result that you people were giving, what is inside it? Because it was on a telephone conversation at that time. They told me, yes, it's confirmed, though it's twins that is inside the scan result.
Okay, so the police is with the scan result.
The police kept that scan result.
Hold on, let's take more calls. This we have been calling. Okay, feel free to call. We'll take more of your calls to join the conversation. So the Nigerian, this doctor couldn't give you, who paid for their services, your scan results, but they gave it to the police, who confirmed to you that is a twin.
Yes.
All right, hold on. Hello. Yeah, good to have you on the Vivian Douglas Show. What's your name and where are you calling from?
They are saying this and that. They then go there with a very nice lawyer. Those hospitals, you people should mention the name of the hospital. We should not cover it, so that other people will not fall into the same this thing. You people should mention the name of that hospital. What the woman was saying, I listened very carefully. What she was saying, that is what those hospitals, that's what they play. They play this game. And the young man should make sure that he gets the scan result from them. Forget about the one that they say they have given to the police. Let them bring another one. It's in their system. Even if 100 years, that thing will duplicate in the system. Because when you are scanning, when you are doing that scan, it's computerized something. The date and everything.